For 50 years, Cedefop has been at the heart of Europe's growth. By strengthening vocational education and training, learning and skills, Cedefop is empowering people, transforming economies, and shaping a stronger Europe. Our journey began in 1975 with a vision to ensure everyone in Europe has the skills to succeed in work and life. Today, that vision is more relevant than ever. Throughout the years, we have witnessed and contributed to extraordinary changes. Globalization, the rise of the knowledge economy, the green transition, and the digital revolution. At the same time, Cedefop has evolved into a leading authority for VET and skills data and science, and a trusted partner to the European Commission, member states, the VET community, and citizens. In the past 50 years, Cedefop has shaped policies that equip people with the skills they need to succeed, linking classrooms to workplaces, workplaces to the workforce, and people to opportunities and growth. 50 years mark a turning point. New challenges and opportunities lie ahead. Labor and skills shortages, the union of skills, the competitiveness compass, a new AI European ecosystem, shifting global dynamics, and emerging global trends. Europe can only succeed by equipping its people with training and skills fit for the future. As Cedefop enters its next chapter, we stand ready to lead with cutting-edge research and data-driven policy advice. Cedefop will continue to inspire new generations and shape the future of Europe, enabling resilience, innovation, and inclusive growth. Cedefop, shaping learning and skills for Europe.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Cedefop 50th Anniversary Conference, Shaping Learning and Skills for Europe. We will be celebrating today half a century of Cedefop's impact on VET, skills, and learning in Europe for more competitive business, better jobs, and more effective policies. But we'll also be looking forward, asking what else can Cedefop and its partners, most of you present here in the room represent a partner, what else can you do to realize the VET revolution in Europe? Probably VET has never been as important as it is today. The 50th anniversary. Anniversary is just a fancy word for birthday, really, isn't it? Are you thinking what I'm thinking? You're a little thinking what I'm thinking. All right, so happy birthday. No, this will not do, this will not do. Hold on. Let's warm you up, okay? So, Wow, musical. Speaking of skills, there goes. Happy birthday. Very good. Happy birthday. Keep the rhythm. Happy Cedefop. Excellent. All right. Mauricio, where's the cake? It's coming in the cocktail reception. Right, so you might be thinking that I'm the lead singer of today, but I am not. My name is 𝗀𝗲𝗍𝗄. I'm a TV presenter and journalist, and it is a great pleasure to be part of today's event, which will consist of a number of very interesting panels to cover all the important themes that we need to understand, that we need to think about out loud in order to support the future of VET in Europe and every member state of Europe. But we start with an opening session, which will have 3 speakers. The first of which, my apologies, there's some housekeeping. Can we have that? So here's some housekeeping. Have a look at it. It usually speaks for itself, like keeping your phone off and stuff like that. So the first speaker is none other than the chair of the Cedefop Management Board, Mr. Mario Patuzzi. Please give him a warm welcome. Mr. Mario Patuzzi? Yes. Maybe he wanted a second applause. Congratulations to you too. The floor is yours.
Thanks. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends, 50 years of joint European cooperation and collaboration. When Cedefop was launched, incidentally, at the suggestion of Maria Weber, then Vice President of the German Trade Union Confederation, DGB, nobody, absolutely nobody, could ever have imagined the depth and the breadth of European cooperation in vet and skills. Today's event, therefore, not only marks the 50th anniversary birthday of Cedefop, but it is also a special moment in which the legacy of the past meets the horizon of the future. And so I'm honored to welcome so many colleagues, partners, and friends of Cedefop here in Brussels, from European institutions, national authorities, social partners, academia, and civil society. We, on the management board, we are very aware of the major challenges: green and digital transitions, demographic change, increasing skills mismatches, and the growing need for inclusive lifelong learning. And all this under changing global conditions that also affect the competitiveness of the EU economy. We know all this because it's our daily bread. These are not temporary changes. They are structural changes. And they require institutions that are not only technically excellent, but also adaptable, cooperative, and trustworthy. Cedefop has consistently delivered on this promise. Through its skills mapping and research, it has helped national and European policymakers to make better and more informed decisions. But as this change accelerates, so do our expectations and our responsibilities as a management board. We must ensure that Cedefop receives the right resources while remaining agile, mission-driven, and focused on Europe's long-term priorities. In this respect, our governance structure is a major advantage. It brings national governments, employers, trade unions, and the European Commission together in a shared commitment to create impact for Cedefop's work, and moreover, they also share responsibility for steering Cedefop's work. This model has proven its worth, particularly because it ensures that the agency's outputs are sound, balanced, and relevant to practice. And this model pays off for the EU Commission, the Member States, and the social partners organization, but also for the numerous other stakeholders who rely on Cedefop's findings and results. And so we are proud as a management board that Cedefop is contributing to flagship EU initiatives such as the Union of Skills and the European skills agenda. But more than that, we are proud that the trust placed in Cedefop to deliver solid evidence and real added value. The Management Board will continue to support the agency's role in enabling lifelong learning, strengthening vocational education and training, and helping member states upgrade their systems with current and future needs of the labor market. And so, looking ahead, our collective, our joint task is not simply to react to change, but to anticipate it and, above all, shape it. And this requires stability, continuity, and strong institutions, and that is what Cedefop represents. As chair of the Management Board, I want to emphasize the importance of social dialogue and co-ownership in our work. We succeed when we listen to each other, when we bridge different perspectives, and when we build added value and consensus. Let this anniversary not be just a celebration of what Cedefop has achieved, and that's a lot, but also a commitment to what we can still accomplish together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mario, for your words of introduction. Our next speaker sent a video message because, unfortunately, due to other obligations, was not able to make it in person. She's the chair of the Committee on Employment and Social Affairs of the European Parliament, Lee Andersson. Here's her video.
Dear friends, my name is Lee Andersson, and I'm bringing you warm greetings from the European Parliament, where I chair the Committee on Employment and Social Affairs. When I think of the mission of Cedefop, I believe it's now more relevant than ever. In times of confrontation, we need strong cooperation and common objectives. In times of disinformation, we need strong civic skills. In times of industrial change, we need a strong emphasis on reskilling, upskilling, and lifelong learning. Ensuring the quality and accessibility of secondary and vocational education is central to our success. The mission is also deeply connected to the well-being of individuals, to us addressing issues such as alienation and mental distress. The work of Cedefop also highlights that education is not just a stepping stone to employment. It is the basis of resilience, of participation, and of purpose. In times of crisis, education provides the foundation for security, for productivity, and for social cohesion. As Cedefop celebrates its 50 years of remarkable work, I extend my heartfelt congratulations. May the coming years continue to inspire and support the development of strong, resilient societies and education across Europe.
Unfortunately, the Executive Vice President for Social Rights and Skills, Quality Jobs and Preparedness of the European Commission, Madam Roxana Mințatu, could not make it due to last-minute obligations she could not avoid. But you are in luck. We have another excellent speaker. He is the Deputy Director General for Jobs, Skills and Social Policy at the European Commission, Mr. Stefan Olsson.
Thank you, Ali, and good morning. Very honored to be here to represent the European Commission. I think in this very knowledgeable audience, many of you probably know this already, but before becoming one of the most acclaimed philosophers of the 20th century, 𝗀𝗁𝗍𝗂𝗃 trained as a carpenter. He was an apprentice specializing in building cabinets. I think we all can see that this hands-on background shaped his way of thinking and probably led to one of his best-known works being entitled to All Life is Problem Solving. And that's exactly what our job as politicians, social partners, policymakers is about. We are here to solve problems. And we rely on organizations like Cedefop to help us understand what those problems are, and as Mario said very well, how to tackle them. As we also saw in the video, it was really great, one of the most pressing challenges that faces the EU today is a crisis in education and skills. Student performance across all basic skills is declining, and there is a growing disconnect between what our education systems provide and what our labor markets need. This leads 4 out of 5 companies today to indicate that they are really struggling in finding the people with the right skills and competencies. Many of the most critical labor shortages are in roles that require vocational education and training. These are sectors like manufacturing, engineering, clean tech, defense, and these profiles are just not are in very high demand, and we are really struggling to keep up. And that affects our competitiveness, it affects our strategic autonomy, our security, and it also removes or stops people from realizing their full potential, their careers, their personal lives. We see that other parts of the world have recognized this and invested massively in vocational education. China is maybe one of the strongest examples. And many of you saw, I'm sure saw on one of the social platforms or on YouTube, the Apple CEO, Tim Cook, when he, in the context of the, let's say, current discussion on tariffs and production, etc., referred to why Apple is investing in China. And he said that this is not because of low labor costs anymore, but, quote, because of the skill, the quantity of skill in one location, and the type of skill it is. And then he takes an example and saying that in the US, if you would call a meeting of tooling engineers, you'd probably fill a meeting room, while in China you would fill multiple football fields. And I think that's pretty, that's something we can relate to and see as a wake-up call. We really need to do more to promote vocational careers. These jobs are, if not as, or even more fulfilling, secure and rewarding than many that require a university degree. In fact, vet graduates often enjoy some of the highest employment rates across the education pathways. And this is really why, as was shown very well in the video and also referred to by Mario, why the union of skills and the skills issue became one of the pillars of this Commission's agenda. So we had the Letta and Draghi reports, we then had the competitiveness compass, the clean industrial deal, and then within the first 100 days, which is symbolically very important, the union of skills. So skills becomes one of the cornerstones of the policy for this legislature, which of course has effects on many things that will be decided in the coming years. And I mean, the Union of Skills is the flagship strategy sorry, to build a more modern and responsive skills system. It has, I think, something like 40 actions. And one of these is a European strategy for VET that we will put forward next year. Our aim is clear: to make vocational pathways more visible, more attractive, and more prestigious and inclusive, and more aligned with real opportunities. We'll work with member states on national reforms. We will also support new centers of vocational excellence. We're also taking up new targets. Under the STEM action plan, we have set 2 new targets for 2030. We want at least 45% of students in initial medium level VET to be enrolled in STEM fields. That's up from 36% from 2022. And we want at least 25% of those students to be women, which would be up from 16% today. We also want to make it easier for VET learners and workers to move freely across Europe. And part of that means simplifying the recognition of diplomas and qualifications between member states. That's the aim of the Skills Portability Initiative that will also be put forward next year. But we want to go further, and our vision is to create a European VET diploma or label that covers initial VET and gives learners a clear, recognized pathway across member states. And we'll test this through a pilot between this year and next. Finally, we are reshaping how skills are governed at EU level. A new governance structure would help us better understand what's happening on the ground and let us respond faster and more effectively. At the heart of this is a new European Skills Intelligence Observatory that should give us real-time, detailed information on what skills are needed. This kind of insight is essential if we want our policies to match real-time, real-world needs, not just today, but as they evolve. We're also setting up a European Skills High-Level Board. It will bring together the key players, business leaders, education experts, social partners. And the aim is to connect policy to reality. So we have these 2 new pillars of the governance structure that will support our work to get skills more firmly into the key process at the EU level, the European semester, where we should have a new EU 27 recommendation on education and skills, and also country-specific recommendations to the member states, which are being elaborated as we speak. So, then coming back to the birthday child. Cedefop can be proud of this history, and it was the first EU decentralized agency as many of you know, sorry. And for 50 years, as Mario outlined very well, it has achieved an amazing amount of progress, not just for VET, but for skills and qualifications more broadly. Through its research, foresight, and policy analysis, Cedefop helps us to understand what's working, what's changing, where we need to act. And this is, of course, will be the crucial basis to feed into the new governance and the process at EU level that we are putting forward in the Union of Skills. It will also support our VET strategy and the portability initiative that I mentioned. So Cedefop's action is really at the heart of everything we do. Shaping skills is about shaping lives. It's also about giving people the tools to build their future. Cedefop has spent 50 years helping us to do that, turning data into direction and possibilities into policies into possibilities. With the Union of Skills, we're building on that foundation to create a stronger, more competitive, and more inclusive Europe. So, and I would refer back to Mario's opening statement. This is to really celebrate what has been done and that is by the board, by the people working in Cedefop, by everybody relating, the social partners, everybody relating to Cedefop. But it's also about beginning a new chapter in Europe's skills journey, which is absolutely essential. And that starts today, and we should write that story together. Thank you very much.
The idea of falsification, a foundation of science, is the invention of a carpenter. Thank you very much, Stefan, and good luck in realizing all these fantastic ambitions of the European Commission for vets. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in order to set the scene of the discussions of today, we have a very interesting and exciting session, and it's titled Shaping Learning and Skills for Europe, Cedefop's Take. And the speakers will be a lineup of 3 experts of Cedefop who will speak for about 25 minutes. Are you ready? They're trying to get up. They're thinking, he's saying my name now. He's saying my name now. I'm saying it now. Yes, come forward. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Zelda, Azzarà, Konstantinos, Pouliakas, and Lidia Salvatore.
Good morning, and a very warm welcome to all of you from Cedefop's experts, both here with us today, but also all of those back in our headquarters in Thessaloniki. It is really lovely to have you all of you with us today at such a milestone event for Cedefop, our Golden Jubilee. My name is Konstantinos Pouliakas, and together today with my esteemed colleagues Zelda, Azzarà, and Lidia Salvatore, we would like to present to you some of Cedefop's findings and work on how we can shape learning and skills in Europe. Let me just get this moving. So, we live in increasingly uncertain times, scary times. What is certain is that there is high uncertainty. So, it is evident that what Europe needs to do more is to try to invest in improving and enhancing competitiveness of its economic industries and businesses, and it has to do so whilst at the same time preserving strategic autonomy. Strategic autonomy in its international trade affairs, and of course we need to do a lot of work to boost all possible efficiencies that we can from our single market. All of this is taking place at the backdrop of a marked demographic crunch, which is likely to put a cap on Europe's ability to continue to have sustained employment growth. So we recently released Cedefop's European Skills Forecast, the new wave. And we predict and we forecast that annual employment growth in Europe over the next decade is going to be at around 0.4% per annum. And one of the main reasons why we are projecting such relatively subdued economic employment growth, is exactly because our model is running against a big wall because of declining labor reserves across many areas of our economy, across many sectors and occupations. So it is evident that we have to tackle a lot of labor shortages in our economy. We know that we're going to need personal care workers, we know that we need cleaners, we know that we need refuse collectors. But at the same time, a key question is, how can Europe manage to boost innovation and productivity growth, which over the past years has also subsided to around 0.5%? So understanding what are the type of investments we need to make in critical sectors, critical parts of our economy, where should we try to raise and elevate the quality of our human resources is a key part of the productivity puzzle. Over the past 2 decades, some of you may be aware, Cedefop has developed a unique arsenal of European tools, skills intelligence tools. A skills intelligence warehouse, which comprises of the ability for European policymakers, national policymakers, to see what are the projected job openings in our EU member states over the next decade. We're now reaching the 1 billion mark of web scraping online job advertisements, which provide us with the ability to try to see what are emerging skills and emerging jobs in our economies. And we are periodically carrying out our skills and job surveys, which also give us insight into the complexity of skills in our labor markets and the skill mismatches affecting workers. Putting the pieces of the puzzle together is what constitutes what we call Cedefop's next generation skills intelligence. It is a highly challenging task. And it's one that, for instance, has enabled us to develop and announce to you today for the first time, as part of our Jubilee event, a new talent gap index, which you can see in the slide. Essentially, what we're doing with this new talent gap index is we're taking Cedefop's information on what are job openings that are projected to take place in the next decade. And we're also superimposing it with a new measure of potential recruitment difficulties that employers may face, because they will be increasingly in demand for people with high level of skills, competences, and experience. And because also in some jobs, in some occupations, there will be qualification imbalances. We may need people with specific qualifications which may not be available. Looking at the talent gap index, you can see that some of the jobs in some occupations are more likely to suffer from both skills and labor shortages. So both an inability to find people, but also find highly skilled people. And these tend to be jobs in the ICT professions, science engineering professions, and also managers across many different types, many different sectors, such as hospitality, retail, production, given the fact that we're going to need leaders to help European businesses to navigate through all of these erratic economic transitions. Such skill shortages are likely to inhibit Europe's ability to also develop new competitive digital technologies, in particular frontline AI models. So we carried out in 2024 a European AI skill survey, one of Europe's first attempts to try to get information on what is the share of EU adult workers who are using AI technologies as part of their work, what are their AI skill gaps. Our survey highlighted that 1 in 3 EU workers are currently using AI tools and technologies in order to carry out their regular job tasks. But it raised a red flag in the sense that the early days of AI adoption and diffusion within our economy seems to be one of polarizing as opposed to equalizing access. So you can see that some workers in Northern European member states are more likely to be using AI compared to workers in the South. And this wedge is opening over time. It's not actually narrowing. Or you can see that AI use is more concentrated in big firms, knowledge-intensive industries, as opposed to not being available to, for instance, workers in small and medium-sized enterprises, not being available to older age workers, or older age workers not being capable of utilizing and using such technologies. And also there is a danger that the gender gap is also likely to widen, because females are also less likely to be using AI at work compared to males. So it is evident that what we need to do is we need to continue to invest in developing the AI skills of our workforce. We need to focus on upskilling and reskilling of our workers in these specific technologies. We need to invest in raising overall the AI literacy level of our workforce. And indeed, 4 out of 10 EU workers said in our survey that they need to develop their knowledge and skills in AI tools. And yet last year, only 15% actually invested by participating in training to specifically enhance their AI skills.
Thank you. And indeed, actually, our skills intelligence is also instrumental in supporting the green transition. Cedefop has been supporting and exploring the impact and implication of environmental policies in relation to jobs and skills for the last decade. And our skills intelligence work really shows how sound skills intelligence can be leveraged for the green transition. Indeed, if we look at our green skills scenario for 2020 2029, we see that there are sectors that will get clear employment gains. We're thinking of energy, construction, but also, for example, sectors that will get indirect gains, such as ICT. However, it's not just a matter of new sectors, new jobs. It's also the green transition will, of course, affect all type of jobs, all type of workers, and this is, again, reinforces the need for upskilling and reskilling for all. And in this context, we've been working extensively in launching skills foresight, skills forecast, online job advertisement analysis, expert consultation. And just to give you an example, in this context, we have been, our analysis, our work identified occupations that, while they might be small in terms of employment shares, they are actually key in driving the success of the green transitions. And these are both highly skilled occupations, such as research and development scientists, specialist engineers, but as well as middle-level technical profile that actually support the implementation of these green solutions. And it's important to highlight that our analysis really clearly demonstrate that this occupation need a broad range of skills, so not just technical skills, but also soft and transversal skills. And in this context, to be even more concrete. For example, one of the occupations that we looked at are green urban planner. And in this context, this profiles, this occupation not only needs, of course, the technical knowledge in relation to green planning, urban planning, but also biodiversity elements, but as well as skills such as negotiation, communication, persuasion. And this is because in their capacity as facilitators between communities, businesses, non-profit organizations, governmental agencies, it's essential that they are able to translate their technical knowledge into actually actionable plan. And this is just to give you a highlight and insight of the type of information that we can get with our skills intelligence and with the talent gap index that Costa has just presented.
Yes, we have heard about indeed the importance of the digital and green transitions and the skills change it brings. While it is very important, of course, to understand the labor market and society needs, it is equally important that this information fits the development of the learning offer, so the qualification, the program, and the curriculum. Cedefop research shows that there is progress in how countries are aligning their education and training systems with the labor market. And certainly the shift to a learning outcome approach has helped in building a dialogue between education and training and the labor market, as the focus has increasingly shifted to what actual individuals know, understand, and are able to do, so the skills and knowledge they have, rather than, for example, where the learning took place or the duration of learning. Cedefop has played a leading role in promoting the implementation of learning outcomes, but also the development of qualification frameworks, which are increasingly important tools to connect, again, the world of education with the world of work. Skills intelligence, big data, AI can definitely offer important insights into labor market needs and in-demand skills. But there is a risk. There is a risk of fragmentation, of inconsistency, and also that this information may offer limited value, limited informative value to those updating and renewing qualifications if this information is not used in conjunction with reference models which have solid, conceptual, and I would even say human-based basis. So at European level, there have been important developments, important starting point. For example, the European qualification framework that actually bridge between national qualification frameworks of all the European countries. Although, of course, it is too general to get at the level of individual qualifications and actually support their update and renewal. Similarly, 𝗧𝗄, the European multilingual classification of skills, occupation skills and competencies, certainly marks a valuable step in bridging between occupation profile, job profiles, and skills. At the same time, its value is for supporting the update and renewal of qualification. It would require further exploration and development. So skills intelligence certainly can offer valuable information, but at the same time, this information needs to be used, again, in conjunction with the expert judgment, contextual information, and again, robust reference models. And Cedefop here plays a key role because can bridge between and can help like national and European stakeholders and actors, providing technical and analytical support in the further development and implementation of European common tools and frameworks. In addition, and to conclude, developments related to digital credentials and e-profiles, so for example through Europass, that actually capture the learning and working histories of people, definitely open up new opportunities. New opportunities to get more granular and dynamic data on individual qualifications. And these insights can support the renewal and the update of qualifications. So for example, employers could be asked to indicate the relevance and the usefulness of a qualification in practice. And these are all aspects we plan to investigate more into the details because it can offer important information on how we can renew and update our learning offer.
However, learning and making the learning relevant, the learning offer relevant is not the whole story. Especially if we think of adults, it is more and more clear that the current model of continuing vocational education and training is no longer fit for the future. Skills development is a continuous process that takes place across an individual's life, but what we see, and also across multiple contexts. However, what we see in the traditional model is that this part of the life-wide learning element is really neglected. And instead, the structured, institutionally provided side of the learning is prioritized at the expenses of more informal learning and experiential learning that can take place either at the workplace or through work, but also in self-directed learning journeys. However, we also see now with the emergence of digital learning ecosystems that these are really changing the way individuals learn and develop their skills. In fact, they provide individuals with autonomy to learn, agency, they provide flexible learning journeys that can be self-directed. So looking at the future, the modern strategies for continuing adult development, they need to really acknowledge the potential of these other learning ecosystems and integrate alongside traditional approaches and learning methods, also these new digital potentials. Of course, this is not all. One of the key points is also to realize the potential of workplaces. Indeed, we see more and more that the boundaries between work and learning is dissolving. Indeed, learning at work is becoming increasingly important for companies and organizations to remain competitive, to innovate, to adapt, and our skills intelligence work clearly demonstrate this. So what is important is that companies are really, really empowered to and supported to promote a learning culture within the workplace, that they are supported in establishing cooperation with learning providers, that they embed learning in their working practices, as well as ensure that learning is accessible and sustainable for all their workforce.
I think this is an important point that you're making, Lidia, because we all are aware of the fact that when we're talking about adult learning, some of the key factors affecting participation in learning tend to be what we call conventional, in the sense that we know that people who have a lower level of education, females, people in small and medium-sized enterprises are less likely to participate in further and continuing adult education and training. But what Cedefop's skills and job surveys have revealed to us, another big core component of our skills intelligence arsenal, is the fact that some key factors that we had previously not explored, namely motivational factors, the importance of how employers are designing jobs, the workplace practices that employers are deploying, have an equal or even more important role in driving the motivation for workers to participate in further and continuing adult learning. So you can see in the slide, for instance, that workers who are in complex jobs, workers who are in more digitally intense jobs, when employers deploy workplace practices such as assessing skills systematically, it also provides an impetus to adult workers to participate more in continuing training.
So looking at the future, what we really are calling for is a human-centric lifelong skills development ecosystem, which has four main pillars. So first of all, it empowers individuals to learn and develop their skills autonomously and proactively. It removes barriers, supports them holistically in line with their specific and unique needs. It also facilitates seamless lifelong learning journeys that need to be learner-centered and integrate flexible combination of learning. Of course, recognizes and empowers companies, businesses, in particular SMEs, to really recognize their role as key enabler of skills development, and then the glue that brings it all together, strong governance. So all stakeholders need to be engaged and work collaboratively to make this happen.
Lidia, you brought up the importance of lifelong learning, that actually it's a key European Union objective, but also at the heart of Cedefop's mission. But to build up, to promote lifelong learning, we need education and training system that let people combine and build on their learning, regardless of where this was acquired, whether in formal education, on the workplace, or also the alternative formats of learning. At the same time, the question is, is it indeed our learning, can we carry our learning with us? Is it easily recognized when we move between education and training providers, institutions, when we move across countries? Well, the answer is increasingly yes, but not fully yet. In fact, there are still important obstacles and challenges. One of them, for example, is the fact that learning taking place outside formal conventional education still is not really visible and is often under-evaluated and non-considered. Another challenge, for example, even informal education, our education and training systems tend to operate with different subsectors. So, for example, general education, initial VET, higher education, adult learning, and often there are limited connections between the different subsystems. Well, over the last 20, 30 years, there have been many initiatives, although often targeted to specific education and training subsystems or type of qualifications, but there have been many initiatives promoting the transparency of learning outcomes and transparency of systems as a way to promote the transferability of this learning, so the portability of this learning. And actually, Cedefop has tried really to support the development and the implementation of these initiatives, especially in the area of VET. And these initiatives can be grouped or they gear towards different policy areas, such as encouraging the use of quality assurance mechanisms as a way to build trust, or to improve the comparability of skills and qualifications. There are initiatives promoting the validation of learning outside the formal system, so improving its visibility and recognition. Initiative on credits, so to support the accumulation and transfer of credit as a way to build more flexible learning pathways. Of course, initiatives on the recognition of qualifications. While all these elements and these components point towards and are quite important to build open and flexible systems, we are still far from an integrated learning system where we can easily move and have our learning portable, let's say, across systems, institutions, providers, and countries. So it's important to strengthen synergies between education and training subsystems, between learning contexts, as a way to break the silo logic and promote lifelong learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your excellent and comprehensive overview. But you're not off the hook yet. I have a question for you, Zelda, if that's okay.
Sure.
Let's bring all of these excellent initiatives, surveys, data analysis to the ground level and ask what can Cedefop practically do to support learning systems and such initiatives as the Union of Skills?
Well, to transform actually the Union of Skills would really require to make it a reality, important structural work, and Cedefop can certainly promote these efforts. Concerning learning systems, what we would need is certainly to keep investing and promoting the use of learning outcome as a backbone for policy and practices. We should move beyond fragmented systems and fragmented approach. Also keep investing on quality assurance, like also promoting the use of quality assurance to different types of learners, different types of providers, different type of qualifications, even introducing a register of accredited providers. And also we should build more on the digital credential infrastructure we have. We should make sure that recruiters, providers can understand and trust these digital credentials, so this digital evidence of skills. And what Cedefop can do in this respect, actually we will keep monitoring national developments and national plans to identify strengths, so enablers and bottlenecks, as a way also to share good practice. We will keep working with the European Commission also to support the implementation, a systematic implementation of the learning outcome approach. Right. And actually, we're also working on developing, regarding like the digital credential, digital system, working on the development of European methodology for comparing and recognizing learning outcomes. Yes.
Excellent, thank you very much. I turn to you, Konstantinos. Now, intelligence about skills is one of the key and unique selling points of Cedefop. How can you contribute to the European Union's improved intelligence capacity?
Thank you for the question. Cedefop is continuing to invest in further developing the European infrastructure on skills intelligence. I think the principles that we are trying to follow is, and of course these are the principles that we hope that the Union of Skills to also adopt, is the fact that skills intelligence needs to be holistic and comprehensive. So there is not only one method that is sufficient. We cannot only just say that if we use real-time skills intelligence, AI methodologies, that's the end of the issue, that we're going to manage to find and understand how our labor markets are changing rapidly and what our skill needs. We have
a variety of approaches.
A variety, a plethora of approaches, forecasts, foresights, big data analysis, consultations with experts. And that's what Cedefop does when it comes to skills intelligence. We have to be not only reactive, but also proactive. We need to use skills intelligence, which can also provide us with emerging signals on changing labor market needs. We need, and this is something that I emphasize a lot and stress a lot, to be contextual. So we all go to different presentations from many different consultancies who use their data sets and they present what are the new jobs, what are the new skills on the basis of their own websites, online websites. It is not enough. For policy to be informed, to have a good skills intelligence policy, you need to be contextual. You need to understand the overall context, the drivers, what is happening in our labor markets, what are the causal mechanisms, if I may say so. Because only in that way can policymakers really design good policies to influence how these skills are changing. And the last point is we need to be actionable. So Cedefop doesn't only collect data, Cedefop doesn't only devise tools, but we work together and closely with EU countries to help them improve their skills governance infrastructures, as we call it. We're going to do so very recently we're going to start working as part of the technical support instrument of the European Commission to help 𝘁𝗄𝗄𝗃, Estonia, Italy. So there's a lot of work to be done on the ground, and that's what Cedefop does.
Excellent. So based on your broad data, but also the contextualization and your understanding of member states' needs, you point them in the right direction. Thank you very much. Lidia, could you contribute a little to this matter?
Yeah, maybe just to tell you, to complement what you just said and how this can really be actionable. In fact, if we look at the future at Cedefop, we are, of course, committed to continue supporting European countries in strengthening the links between labor market dynamics, skills development, and learning. However, this really needs a shift in mindset. In fact, we need to break down silos, and we need to integrate skills development and matching within other policies domains, so across several policies domains: employment, education, competitiveness, innovation, migration. And this is why, in occasion of this event, we actually released a paper where we introduced the term vet and skills development policies. And this is really to highlight that for the future, we think that vet and skills development policies, they need to be the backbone of most, if not all, European policies.
That was clear and concise. Konstantinos, Lidia, and Zelda, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, we will now have coffee in the Riverside area, which is sort of parallel to this room. And there you will have partner stands of Cedefop presenting themselves to you, as well as a stand by Cedefop itself. Please visit those and take a memory picture at the photo booth. See you back in not too long. Thank you very much.
nothing lasts forever, and we both know hearts can change. And it's hard to hold a candle in a cold November rain.
We've been through this such a long, long time, just trying to kill the pain. But lovers always come and lovers always go, and no one's really sure who's letting go today. Walking away, walking away. If we could take the time to lay it on the line, I could rest my head just knowing that you are mine. Oh mine, oh my, my, mine.
So if you want to love me, then darling, don't refrain. Or I'll just end up walking in the cold November rain.
Do you need some time on your own? Do you need some time all alone? Everybody needs some time on their own. Don't you know you need some time all alone?
Know it's hard to keep an open heart when even friends seem out to harm you. But if you could heal a broken heart, wouldn't time be out to charm you?
Do you need some time on your own? Do you need some time all alone? Everybody needs some time on their own. Don't you know you need some time all alone?
And when your fears subside and shadows turn
We've been through this such a long, long time, just trying to kill the pain.
I know that you can love me when there's no one left to
But
blame.
lovers always come and lovers always go, and no one's really sure who's letting go today.
So never mind the darkness, you still can find a way.
Walking away, walking away, walking away, walking away.
'Cause nothing lasts forever, even cold
All right, everyone, welcome back to the next part of the 50th anniversary celebration conference of Cedefop. Our next panel is titled Towards the New EU Strategy on Vet and Skills from Copenhagen to Herning, the Director's Take. As you know, in 2002, the Copenhagen process was launched with the aim to strengthen VET in Europe. Every couple of years, a new declaration is issued within that process in order to recalibrate priorities for VET in Europe. As the Osnabrück Declaration period comes to an end, we are expecting the new declaration this September in Herning, Denmark. Together with the directors of Cedefop and ETF, we will be looking back as well as looking forward at this all in an interesting conversation to be held here right on stage. Could you please join me on stage? And as you do so, maybe we give them a small applause. Hello and welcome. Thank you. Hello and welcome. Right. Just in case you don't know them yet, let me introduce them to you. The Executive Director of Cedefop, 𝗀𝗻𝗶𝗃𝗄. And the Director of the European Training Foundation, ETF, 𝗃𝗂𝗶𝗃𝗀, right there. I like that one. Very good. So, in a sense, Jürgen and 𝗃𝗂𝗶𝗃𝗀, you are twin agencies, are you not? And the key word here is that you collaborate in synergy and
complementarity.
Complementarity. She said corporation, so they're a little off, but it's fine. And of course, just to make sure everyone is on the same knowledge page, you do have a different geographic focus. So in the case of Jürgen, Cedefop, the focus is the EU, and in addition to Iceland and Norway. And 𝗃𝗂𝗶𝗃𝗀 focuses on the candidate countries to the EU. 𝗃𝗂𝗶𝗃𝗀𝗃, can you just help us to remember which countries those are at the moment?
Well, I should say that I don't only focus the candidate countries, but actually countries outside the EU with the focus on the neighborhood. And then, of course, in the candidate countries, we have very different statuses. So we should talk about accession enlargement processes. So we talk countries in the Western Balkans, 6, but we also then talk about
But with regards to the Copenhagen process, which countries do you focus on?
Which countries we have monitored in the report. So there you have Turkey, you have Albania, you have Serbia, Montenegro, Northern Macedonia.
Excellent, 5 countries.
But then you have in the future plans actually 8 to 9 countries, and this shows all about the complexity, because when I say 8 to 9, it means that one country is there, provided certain political developments. So this shows probably the complexity also of a little bit of my work, but I come to that in a minute.
Excellent. Thanks for clarifying that. Let's start with looking backward, if that's okay. So in 2020, we had recommendations from the Council on VET, and of course the Osnabrück Declaration, as I've just stated, on setting priorities for VET until this year, 2025. Can I start with you, Jürgen? What are some of the key trends that you've witnessed in the past 5 years?
Well, I mean, first of all, I want to come back to the title because it may be misleading for those who don't know. If you read from Copenhagen to Herning, that's quite a short ride. It's both in Denmark. But I want to say that this has been going on for more than 20 years. It started in Copenhagen and just has a stop in Denmark again this year, but it's been going around, and it has helped to see reforms in VET in the making and having developed along those lines. And in the current cycle, which started with the Osnabrück Declaration, we have about 500 individual measures that were decided at member state level and put into their respective national implementation plans, NIPs, NIPs, and they built on strategies that these countries have for themselves and, of course, the agreed EU priorities that we've been working on. And I would say there's a triplet of double issues here. One is agile and flexible vet systems, excellent and inclusive, and attractive and quality assured. Those are basically, if you want to remember, if I wake you up at 3 o'clock in the morning, what are the kind of key issues in the priorities? Those are the ones. And I would like to start saying, giving you an answer to the where do we stand and how have things developed in this past cycle. I'd start with the easy ones, which are the quantitative targets. Here we see generally very good progress. So we can say that vet students who experience work-based learning experiences, that has increased to currently 65%, which is already above the objective of 60% that's set at EU level. And likewise on the employment rate of vet graduates, Stefan Olsson mentioned this in his opening today. This employment rate for vet graduates has moved up from 76% to 81% today, which is very close to the objective, because the objective is 82. But I think by the end of the cycle, which is this year, we may actually reach that objective of 82%. But we have to be aware these are all averages. Yeah? So we're talking that there are significant variations across the member states. So if I give you this average here, it doesn't say that all the work has been done.
You're going to touch a little on the qualitative aspect, because these are numbers, you know, they've gone up, but are these graduates, and is the experience that they have gained, is that in line with the trends and the needs in the labor market?
I mean, certainly, because as also Stefan said, the employment rates are high. Normally, a vet is, of all the education pathways that you can choose, is the one that prepares you best for the labor market, because especially combined with the other objective of work-based learning, if you have a work-based experience, you usually, you know, by the time you graduate, you know what a company looks like from the inside, you know what a co-worker is, you know what a customer is, what a supplier is, and you know you have no shock coming like you do, like you have when you come from academia. So I think also on the qualitative level, it matches very nicely with these numbers. But then there are of course other things that the 27 plus member states that we are in charge of have prioritized in the last 5 years. Definitely curriculum reform, very much in the space of digital, of course, that has happened to a large extent. I'll come back to that later, and also I think 𝗶𝗶𝗃 will speak about excellence a lot, but also there has been an expansion, as we've seen in the quantitative, on work-based learning, but here it's also, there are kind of new territories that have been captured. For instance, apprenticeships moving more into higher education or to new groups. One example would be developments that we have seen in Austria. Then on the greening of vet, we see this now more and more as a standalone topic, so the domain know-how in green is being taught in vet, but also it's used as a cross-curricular item. And here we have seen quite interesting developments in Denmark and in France. And as examples, elsewhere as well.
Can you give us a concrete example from one of those countries?
Yes, I mean in France they have set up certain centers where they also push because they see that I don't know the French term, sorry for the French people, but it's like skills for the future is the motto of these centers, and one of the dimensions is greening as a kind of cross-cutting thing, and this is what we have also seen in digital in the beginning, because people were thinking, digital, you think IT architects or technicians. No, I mean it's a horizontal skill set that you need in every occupation, and likewise we're seeing the same happening for green. Then we have seen quite good developments on the international dimension, in the sense that we're trying to get more and more learner and teacher mobility happening in the EU. This works pretty well, but also has its downsides, because unfortunately, especially in apprenticeship, it does not move in the direction. We will not meet the quite ambitious objectives that in the VET recommendation of 2020, we wanted 8% of learners to have a mobility experience. We're not even going to meet that. And then in the Europe on the Move initiative of 2024, that objective was lifted to 12%. And also here, that's definitely one area where we are lagging behind. Then one other development that's very important is flexible and attractive re- and upskilling pathways. Here we've seen an increase of participation being triggered, and this happens often through the introduction of micro-credentialing or individual learning accounts, like for instance in Romania, or new takes on validation like we've seen in Norway. In general, because validation is a good catchword, lifelong guidance is one of the support processes that many have now in this cycle seen as a process that actually has a multiplier effect to many other issues that are important in vocational education and training, because you would say, okay, guidance is largely about making it attractive, telling people why they should go to a certain occupation, but it goes far beyond, because it's also about the upskilling. By counseling people in where to go, you will bring the upskilling up and more targeted. We have validation effects coming out of guidance. We have flexibility effects out of guidance, because we learn what kind of problems the learners have in adapting their life to the need of training. And we usually also have inclusion, positive effects on inclusion by increasing a lifelong guidance policy. And I would say I can go on forever, and I see you already nodding, so I will wrap it up by saying that overall, over the Osnabrück cycle, we see a lot of progress. We have seen stakeholder involvement has grown, and that's very important, especially social
It's something
partners.
you work on very strongly in Cedefop.
Yes, exactly, because we have a tripartite structure. So we always say in education and training, the labor market players have to be at the table. It cannot be decided just by a government. It has to be in this tripartite nature, and it works very well. For instance, was mentioned by my experts earlier in their session in quality assurance, where also the social partners play a very important role, and this has grown, and it's really a very positive effect that we have seen.
So in one sentence, how would you evaluate the past 5 years?
Definitely progress, visible, but a lot of issues that need to stay where
on
we
the
need
agenda.
to stay alert. And let me maybe put this little pinch of salt in the end. We also see, and that's the dramatic problem, but maybe it's one that you have in every EU-funded project, whether it's education or elsewhere, the moment the funds end, often we simply fall back to the square where we started these projects. Yeah? So that is something that we also have to tackle over time. That is what I would highlight needs.
So regardless of changing political winds, perhaps, changing policy tastes, the continuation of funding is crucial to continue progress. Thanks a lot, Jürgen. Turning to you, Pilvi, what have you witnessed in the geographies that you work on?
Thank you. With the sort of power of the microphone, if you are allowed to say a few words about the context of the ETF, sure. And also because I think also we've seen such a geopolitical paradigm shake in the last couple of months. So for me to make sense of what I'm then going to say about the results, I think it's good to present a little bit our work of logic. Being the sibling that was born 20 years later, so 30 years ETF has been working outside the EU member states and fundamentally with 3 services, and I think they echo very nicely the work we listened from the great experts of Cedefop. So we monitor and analyze systems currently about almost 30 countries outside the EU, do foresight exercises, and finally then policy advice and dialogue, both vis-à-vis those countries and then the Commission in its programming with those countries. And here I think it's very important to recognize that, for instance, we mentioned, the expert mentioned the European Skills and Jobs Survey. So in the recent years, ETF has taken that survey exactly to the neighboring countries, to the 5 Western Balkan countries. Similarly, as we've now done this 5-year monitoring. So Copenhagen to Herning, 25 years is not true for the countries that ETF works with, but it's the last 5 years monitoring since Osnabrück where we have brought the same methodology. Or, to be precise, not the same methodology entirely because you don't have the same data available in all countries, but the same approach, the same technical monitoring.
And what have you found?
And then, so there you have to, again, I want to stress the context. I listed the countries, so we have countries like Turkey or Northern Macedonia, already by size quite different. And here, the monitoring in itself, because you see, we can ask, so what have you found? But actually what is perhaps even more important is the process. So I want to stress that for the first time we have these 5 countries, part of the sort of EU member state process in vocational education and training. 5 countries that have very different histories in their vocational education and training systems. So I think the first, most important results is actually, and we get it from those countries, perhaps some representatives are here today, is to be in the monitoring tables, to participate.
Can you help us understand, why is that important?
Why is that important? Because you have once a year, for instance, meetings of a tripartite, so you have the governments and the social dialogue partners in the framework called ACVT, where you discuss the current and future policies. So if you are representative of, at the moment, for instance, of Montenegro, where the government officials would say 28 is our target for EU membership, you hear commission officials using the 2030. So you come not as a sort of special, you are not a special case monitored, but you become part of the same process as actually that member state group that you wish to become part of. And we didn't have similar...
Which is beneficial for both the EU if they become members as well as the country.
Exactly, and we haven't had similar processes in the previous accession processes necessarily. So that's also to be noted. So perhaps we have also learned something. I give you an example on this. A couple of weeks ago, together with colleague 𝗲𝗍𝗍 in the front row, Eurofround, and the European Economic and Social Committee, we had the social dialogue partners and the civil society organizations of the Western Balkan countries, so most of the countries who are part of this monitoring too, in Tirana, for the first time together in the context of discussing the issues of social dialogue partners participating in the lifelong learning policies. So if you take the 5-6 Western Balkan countries that 25 years ago were more or less in war, post-war situations among themselves, now in the social dialogue, so you have the tripartite system and the countries and the EU policies in the same room. So that's quite a fundamental as an approach, and that's why I'm stressing this process. Coming to some result examples, and I think the audience is familiar that we discuss here about the Cedefop and ETF joint monitoring of the last 5 years. So with the 5 countries that we looked, Turkey, Northern Macedonia, Albania, Montenegro, and Serbia. So of course, where you have quantitative data available, it will not surprise you that countries have lower level of participation, for instance, in the adult learning and so on. But then you have examples that are very interesting, and let me pick from Serbia and from Turkey. Turkey has put quite a lot of emphasis, and it's not the only country, others do, on this what we call centers of vocational excellence. So the idea of excellence in vocational education and training, that is also, by the way, picking globally, is very much present. And the interesting example in Turkey here is the participation of the ecosystem. So you really have a so-called Industry 0.4 vocational education institute run actually by the businesses. So the kind of collaboration between the social dialogue partners and the involvement of the companies is very strong in this field of excellence. We see, by the way, the same phenomenon, for instance, in a country like Egypt, that is one of the countries of ETF, where the populations are so large, so everyone really comes together in a very concrete and practical way. Another example of Turkey, just to make sure that you understand there is also a lot of sense of solidarity in these countries, is actually that they have managed to have, I think, about 15,000 Syrian refugees in their inclusion program. So the inclusion is also very strong. So when we measure different elements and look at the 5-year process, we can find very sort of different angles to look at. So excellence in the country at the same time as the inclusion of those that come from outside. Then on Serbia, career guidance and life, for instance, has really developed interestingly, and that we support as ETF. Again, ETF role being the sort of connector, EU compass, not in a sense only of competitiveness, but EU compass as EU policies outside. So Youth Guarantee is one of the quite successful programs also now outside the EU borders, in particular again here in the Eastern Europe and Western Balkans. And in the case of Serbia, Youth Guarantee has helped to develop the career guidance mechanisms that we also see in this monitoring. Similarly,
in the interest of time,
yes.
𝗶𝗶𝗃𝗀, I'd like to move on to a forward-oriented perspective, and thanks a lot for sharing very concrete examples and also helping us understand the context and why this can help your collaboration with those countries even beyond skills. Jürgen, I'd like to turn to you. Today, you have launched with 𝗶𝗃 a joint policy brief with recommendations as to what we need to do with VET in the herning period. Can you tell us about it?
Yeah, I mean, this policy brief will include everything also that we said about what we've seen in the last cycle, and it gives some pointers in terms of where we believe work should concentrate. And I would like to pick, because it's such a nice example, what 𝗶𝗃 said about the Western Balkans meeting in Tirana. If you look, for instance, at the engagement of stakeholders in the processes, we've also seen that already in the Osnabrück cycle, in the field of quality assurance, for instance, there have been peer review projects, which also go across countries. So not only involving at country level, the various stakeholders looking at, quality assurance questions, but also trying to learn from one another. So in a very similar spirit to what 𝗶𝗃 just said, there was a project with Spain, Bulgaria, and Lithuania, and this is taking shape and is testament to the fact that more and more member states embrace the idea of bringing the stakeholders to the table, not only for quality assurance, which is kind of maybe a downstream process, but also early on when you start, designing new plans. So I think that's one of the ideas that I think should also move forward. The other ones, and I want to be brief, are that we have to see that in digital we have made huge advances, I think partially also because of COVID, which helped in digital. The challenge has always been how do we teach digital domain know-how, but also how do we digitize the way training is delivered. And I think there, of course, never waste a good crisis. COVID also helped because, we had to jump immediately to different formats of teaching content to learners. So there a lot of progress has been made. There is, of course, a danger that speed has eaten up a bit of the quality. That is something that may have to be repaired in the next cycle. And then we have to mirror this in green, because in green, which is another of the mega trends that we need more and more, and which has also been amplified in the Osnabrück Declaration already, but there we have seen less progress. It's not entered the curricula at the same level as we would like to see.
So what's your advice here, apart from highlighting its importance?
No, I mean, to follow, I mean, hopefully we don't need the same level of crisis like we had in digital,
Never waste a good crisis, never wait for a good crisis.
Exactly, don't wait for it. So we rather do our homework now, which has to do, and there are also links to other work that we have done in Cedefop. There's enormous potential also for employment in the EU if we manage to achieve the objectives of the European Green Deal. So if we want to have that, we need to put more focus in the next cycle on how do we manage to teach both green domain know-how to the right people, and there were ample examples from the presentation before the coffee break by Lidia, and how do we also mainstream green across the occupations, across the tasks that everybody learns for.
And like you said, we already have a very good blueprint, digitalization.
It will not be the same story, but it will be similar in the way that it feels. And I would like to emphasize again the involvement of the relevant players, particularly the social partners, is crucial here. And because there are certain industries or sectors that will have to drive the greening, we also may have to concentrate to start there with these kinds of initiatives.
Brilliant. And thanks for being mindful of the time. 𝗶𝗵𝗴, I return to you. It's a joint publication. So what are the things that you would like to highlight in terms of recommendations for the next cycle?
Thank you. Of course, we shared. So Jürgen has mentioned 2 to 3, and I agree with them, and I will not repeat them, stakeholders and the twin transition. But to add to that, and I add with the word of, using also the word of crisis here, but also emphasizing that we, of course, see lots of fragility in the countries where we work, and that we need to take into account. We ran a recent analysis, and fragility is increasing in different ways. So the context matters a lot. So when stating recommendations, I invite the audience always think that they need to be contextualized. Otherwise, they, of course, make very little sense. I add 2. One is the opportunities and the general promotion of lifelong learning, upskilling and reskilling policies. I think there was an important point brought in the last presentation by I think it was Konstantinos, and about the holistic approach, that what conditions need to be fulfilled actually in order the promotion to really take place, how important the role for the employers, even the culture at workplace actually is, not to speak about the opportunities. And here we see very low, unfortunately, opportunity participation rate in most of the countries where ETF works. The second one is then the attractiveness of vocational education and training, a little bit forever issue for anyone who's been in this field for a long time, but I think we are actually making at the moment great progress. I already mentioned the Centers of Vocational Excellence, which is really a globally at the moment growing. We talk about 300-400 education providers. You need this type of bottom-up movement clearly in order actually to increase the attractiveness, because on the other side, many systems traditionally have diplomas, and by diploma you only mean higher education in most Eastern European countries, for instance. So these 2, opportunities and promotion, and then through that increasing the attractiveness, and programs such as Centers of Vocational Excellence or Youth Guarantee are excellent examples that have helped to bring about those recommendations already before.
Right, Jürgen.
Yeah, I want to also, for closing and very briefly, state one thing that I also wish hopefully will remain, if you will, because we were used to these over the 20 years of the Copenhagen cycle, that there was a declaration, it was agreed, the objectives were stick to, and then there was this understanding that maybe it's more a marathon than a sprint. So we also need continuity and work and keep working on anything, even if it's in an older declaration. It's often resonates in the newer one, and it has to be worked on. But now we sense sometimes that government change in member states may, affect to what extent the new government feels obliged to follow with something that was declared by its predecessor. And that's a bit of it's only minor signs, but I find it a bit worrying. And I hope that when we go into Herning and we have a declaration there with we ministers around, that, there's a commitment, a true commitment that, this is something, it's not so contentious after all. VET policy is not a contentious field, so I think we should be able to maintain and to have sort of the long-term perspective in implementing these kinds of things. And I'm sure you have stories from the neighborhood.
Yeah, or perhaps just to put this to the sort of geopolitical perspective as well. Whole world is looking for solutions for green and digital transition. And we actually now see that the attractiveness of vocational education and training comes from exactly that. And the Centers of Vocational Excellence, for instance, movement was born in Europe. So the European models are really of interest also outside Europe. Had someone told me 20 years ago that, we will see this type of a bit bottom-up movement in this field, I would have said, I would love that, but it seems a bit unlikely. So this is also a momentum in that sense, and I think the moment of Europe in this particular field can be materialized.
Brilliant. Jürgen and 𝗶𝗵𝗴, thank you so much. We'll now do some reshuffling on stage as we need more chairs, since the next panel has not less than 7 speakers. And the title is Towards the New EU Strategy on VET and Skills the way forward for vets in Europe. The reshuffling is happening. Aurel, you're not on your own, right? Ah, brilliant, brilliant. This panel will collect the perspectives of a wide array of stakeholders in the field, from trade unions to civil society and educators. We will ask what they think the future of vet in Europe needs and how they are contributing to all of that. I'll just wait a little more until this is further reshuffled. It's actually harder than you think, isn't it? To put up these chairs so quickly. Let's give the AV team and everyone else helping with the practicalities of this event a great applause. So we need a total of 8. Just to make it a little harder. I could, but I prefer to sit. Right. You know what, in the interest of time, can I have the speakers come forward? And maybe just line up standing here as the chairs are being put in place. Please stand in on the front of the stage. And time is of the essence. Sometimes we need a marathon, right, Jürgen? Sometimes we need a sprint. Let me introduce the speakers to you, and they'll just raise their hand when they hear their name. President of the Section on Employment, Social Affairs and Citizenship at the European Economic and Social Committee, Cinzia Del Rio. There she is. Working at the Ministry of National Education in Poland, Beate 𝗬𝗫𝗀. There you are. Then we are also joined by the Director of the Confederation of Finnish Industry, also part of Business Europe, 𝗀𝗁𝗃𝗍𝗄. CEO of Euroskills Herning 2025, Henrik Kjeldsen. Board member of Civil Society Europe, Giuseppe Nattucci. Secretary of EU Pro-Vet, Joep Bresser. And last but not least, Confederal Secretary of the European Trade Union Confederation, Ludovic Voet. I think we have enough chairs, and the one to sit last will remain standing, so go ahead. Good. So, the format of the panel is as follows. I'll have 2 rounds of questions for each of the speakers. If time is left at the end, we might have you, the room, come in with 1 or 2 comments or questions. And I thank all the speakers for kindly agreeing to my very strict time management in the interest of ensuring that every one of you has their fair share of time to speak, and we actually keep the program running so we make it on time to the cocktail reception. That's why we're here, right? Excellent. I'd like to start the questions with Beate, the Ministry of Education in Poland. From a national perspective, Beate, what are the key reforms needed to future-proof vet systems in Europe and in member states in particular? Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting us to the conference. As the representative of policymakers, I would like to say that, in fact, reforms that we implement in vocational education system are never accomplished and finished. In fact, it's a kind of ongoing process, but the keywords that I would like to highlight here is adaptability of the system, making the system agile and innovative. A system which incorporates innovative digital solutions, methods and techniques. Everything is connected with the fact that we constantly face new challenges, demographic challenges, dynamic economic development, advanced technologies, digitalization, but we also face crisis situations like, for example, pandemic, the war, many other. And these situations teach us to develop some solutions which we implement in our systems, and we just need to create some alternative methods of, for example, teaching, learning, just to ensure the continuity of the education. And pandemic especially was the kind of test for us to develop the methods of distance learning outside the school premises, outside the classroom, implementing very innovative IT tools, e-resources, which we had to develop, which we had to invent, make available to the learners, to the teachers, to the parents. So it was a huge, in fact, reform. It was a huge process, which also needed to be authorized by the law, so we had to introduce a lot of amendments, new regulations, which would address this epidemiological crisis, but at the same time, to make the system proof for the future, we had to think about some other crisis situations which might occur, which we do not know yet, but still we needed to develop the legislation in such a way that it would also address other other kind of events which might endanger the health and safety of students.
In the speed that you need to respond.
Yes, that's right. So that could be, I don't know, maybe some kind of extreme weather conditions, some kind of natural disasters, some kind of extraordinary events which might occur in the future, which might also require these alternative methods of teaching and learning.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Also for being mindful of the time. Turning to 𝗬𝗂 Business Europe and the Finnish Confederation of Industries, what is the business community doing, 𝗬𝗂, in order to future-proof vet systems, taking into account adaptability to technology, taking into account the needs of the labor market as projected into the future?
Thank you. So on behalf of Business Europe and also on behalf of Finnish business, there's actually quite a lot happening in companies. We all know how technologies are driving, developing fast and changing the business. So there's quite a hurry to develop the technologies and then implement the technologies into the businesses so that you remain competitive and you have future business as well. So there's a lot happening in companies, and of course it's also affecting the education providers. And it's a moving target which is not very easy to hit. I think the idea of moving more towards skills intelligence is a good idea to predict the future skills needs. Companies need the skills now, not tomorrow. It may be after 5 years, those skills, those specific skills are no longer needed. The initiative of Union of Skills, European Skills Intelligence Observatory is a good one, and I think we think that it should be based on what Cedefop is doing, also what Eurostat is doing. Then I want to say a couple of things about collaboration, because that's taking place a lot between social partners. Access to training is something that is a shared interest and also shared responsibility of social partners. And member states have actually very many different ways of handling access to training. National and sectoral collective agreements exist in many countries. There is legislation in many countries. Then there are different kinds of arrangements, agreements between employers and employers. These diverse practices, they contain a lot of trust, and that trust should be respected.
Okay.
The training systems, the governance in training systems needs to be flexible, and getting skills right is of course important. A lot of flexibility is required from training provision. For business, it's crucial that there are that kind of skills that are job relevant. Skilled people are great assets for companies. Getting skills right is important for people because then you enjoy your working life, and it's also very important for society. And that has a lot to play in this game.
Thank you very much, Rika. Turning to you, Ludovic, of the Trade Union Confederation. Now, lifelong learning is crucial. How do we ensure that it is not a privilege, but that it is a right for every employee?
Yeah, thank you. So on behalf of the European Trade Union Confederation, for us it's also an honor to, that Cedefop marks its 50th anniversary. So we think it's not it's a moment, of course, to celebrate, but also to recommit to a shared vision that also vocational education will serve and continue to serve all workers, not just the market, that there's this balanced approach. Cedefop, as it was mentioned, was created through a trade union initiative. I think it shows also the commitment. This is no accident. It reflects a deep belief that access to training should be a right. And today, this belief is more urgent than ever in the face of digitalization, climate transition, and shifting job markets. Training is no longer a luxury. It must be a lifeline. But despite the principle 1 of the European Pillar of Social Rights, which affirms this right to lifelong learning, the reality is really stark. Just 45% of adults access training annually. Among the low-qualified workers, it's only 20%. Women, older workers, also young workers in temporary and platform work, and workers in SMEs are especially left behind. So in too many countries, training is still a privilege offered to the highly educated or to those where the whose employers see it as an investment. So this entrenched inequality threatens social cohesion, also threatens the possibility to really decarbonize our economy, to have this green and digital transition with a human-in-control approach, and it threatens European competitiveness. So in this regard, trade unions are confronting, of course, this head-on, and across Europe, we have three, I would say, strategies. We are negotiating, of course, collective agreements with employers to secure paid training leave, learning entitlements, and equal access to skills in companies. We participate in national skills councils. We influence the public policies, and we try to shape them in a tripartite way. And we advocate also at European level for inclusive training systems. But trade union action is for sure not enough. So this is why for Cedefop to drive also this agenda forward, we have three propositions. Develop indicators to track not just participation, but real enforceable rights to training across member states. To map and showcase existing collective agreement and national laws that guarantee training rights, helping spread the good practices and peer learning, and to deepen research on the role of social dialogue in shaping inclusive training systems, because where social partners are involved, outcomes are more equitable and effective. So as the Union of Skills takes shapes, we think that Cedefop role is central, and that we should work together to turn the promise of lifelong learning into a lived right for all workers across all sectors, qualification, and regions. So Cedefop founding vision was bold. The next 50 years demand the same ambition, and we are ready to continue to be the partner for that.
Thank you very much, Ludovic. Yes, that deserves an applause. I see a very big smile on Jürgen's face. I think he's very happy with that final bit that you contributed. Ludovic. Turning to you, Cynthia, we are undergoing a digital and green transition. That is the context. How do we support people in vulnerable positions in the vet systems?
Thanks for inviting us. First of all, I have to say what the EEC is about. We represent employers, workers, and civil society organizations. Our role is to build common approaches. So this is our work. What we do, opinions, studies. We have worked a lot on, during the year of skills, on opinions about skills. We are working on an opinion on the Union of Skills. And also we are working on an opinion asked by the Danish presidency on green skills and vocational institutions, which is exactly what we are discussing now. So we will be ready in a couple of months. In all our opinions, of course, we look at vulnerable groups and how to include them in the labor market. We carried out a study on lifelong learning for employees in 12 countries with very fragmented situation, very fragmented pictures, where especially not only between countries, but also within countries, big enterprises, small enterprises, SMEs, and of course this affects vulnerable groups, because of course those who do not have access to lifelong learning are then excluded by the labor market. We have a specific group dealing with the semester process, and we monitor the semester there. We all recognize that there is the need for a life cycle approach. We said about guidance, but let me tell you that we need efficient employment services, because this is the weakness part in many countries, to have efficient employment services. The right to employee learning, this is something that we all agree, but I would like to say here two points. We need different policies and different use of resources for medium long-term objectives, which need different policies, and also different use of resources with the capacity of planning, and on the other side, short-term objectives. The employers were saying we need skills now, but if we don't invest, we won't have the skills now. And therefore, it is important, the capacity to map the available skills. It is important to include in this mapping the social partners, the civil society organizations, also at territorial level, because skills intelligence schemes are very useful, but who is carrying out this work? So we need this, and then I would say a complementary use of funds, but I will come back later in the next question about this.
Thank you very much. Moving on to Henrik, 𝘀𝗁𝗍𝗍. You're organizing a 𝗨𝗏skills competition. Tell us about it.
Yes, I would love to tell you about it, because 𝗀𝗁skills is going to be the greatest vet competition ever made. And we're going to showcase what I believe is the most important when we're going to work on vet for the future. We have to show that taking vocational education is attractive. We don't just have to tell about it, we have to show it. And I won't be unpolite and say how many of you in here is below 20 years of age, because I see it's rather few of the audience. But we have to understand that the audience who is going to choose if they will take vocational education or something else, they are below 20 years of age, a lot of them. So in Denmark, at least, politicians, they would often say, we are lacking a skilled workforce. In 2030, it's 6 million in European context. There is no young people waking up in the morning saying, I would like to be a product that someone is lacking. They are considering, how can I get an attractive life? So what we have to do is to showcase that vocational education is one way to get an attractive life. And that's what we're trying to do by arranging a 𝗀𝗁skills. We are trying to showcase that these 600 competitors from 32 countries, they are showcasing, I want to not just be good enough, I want to be Europe's best at my skill. And they are so proud, and they are so good role models. And that is why we want to showcase that to more than 50,000 Danish young people who is going to choose their education. So we have hired more than 300 young guides as well, who is going to be there, and they are under their education. So she'll start out saying, I'm Julia, I'm a bricklayer. Now I'll show you around 𝗀𝗁skills. I'll show you why I believe bricklaying is the most interesting skill, and I'll show you 3 others, and then you're free to walk around. So we believe we have to talk very much young to young. People have to see some role models that they'd love to be like. So that's what one of our main things is about 𝗀𝗁skills.
And how have you organized the competition? Is it by category?
Yeah, it's 38 different categories, so 38 different skills
Such
are
as?
going to compete. Such as bricklaying, hairdressing, carpentry, it's chefs, it's bakery, all different kind of skills.
And how did you take into account inclusion of women, for example?
We take that very much into consideration, and we're working on having different role models. So diversity is actually one of diversity and sustainability. That's our two main lines in what we want to address by having this Euroskills. So we have already made an international ambassador corps for females who is into what kind of skill you normally would say that is gender as a male skill. So we already have some international ambassadors there that's going to walk around and spread the good news that you don't have to take gender into consideration when choosing your education.
Brilliant. Looking forward to that competition, very much so. 𝗔𝗁𝗍𝗃 of Civil Society Europe. Henrik already talked about addressing the young, basically the future learners or the current learners. How do we make the learner central to the vet system?
Well, by involving them. Let me start by also wishing Cedefop a very happy 50th anniversary. 50 years filled also with good practices of stakeholder participation. I think this is very central to what I'm about to also talk about. And indeed, I mean, coming from Civil Society Europe, what the key words in what I'm going to say are community and participation. And so indeed involving civil society is for us a prerequisite for building quality VET systems that are actually learner-centered and that are not detached from community. What we believe is that rooting VET systems in the community is actually fundamental to make sure that education and VET in more specifically is not excluded, but it's actually woven into the fabric of the community and the society as a whole. And this is also why, for example, in our biannual Civil Society State of the Union report, we mention and call for a European plan for establishing community lifelong learning centers to strengthen community-based learning and service learning, and to also make sure that the partnership between education and community and civil society is strengthened, because that is the only way we see forward to actually co-create.
So you see the learner as embedded in a community of parents, grandparents, neighbors, teachers, etc., and you involve all of them.
Indeed. I mean, the learner is central to their own education system, should be central in this way, also in shaping those skills. I mean, Rika was saying before, we forecast skills that in 5 years might not be relevant anymore. Fine, but in 5 years, that's a school cycle. This means that someone that starts a school cycle in some countries in the first year starts learning a skill that in 5 years later is already old. That's a system that is not going to work for us. So this is why we think that also there is a need for involved civil society, for example, in those famous validation mechanisms that were mentioned before in the presentation in the terms of skills portability and usability. And we think that we cannot forecast skills only with employers or only with social partners. Indeed, social partners are a key part of this process, but civil society as a whole should be central. I mean, we see the ESC works very much as well with this tripartite system. That's, I think, a winning model, and that we maybe should try to embed it in the conversations we have on skills.
Very briefly, 𝗔𝗁𝗍𝗃, all these changes, they put a lot of pressure on young people. Perhaps this is also a point that civil society could bring forward. How do we protect them from being over-ambitious in terms of wanting to be competitive and adaptable and agile?
Well, I guess the answer is that we don't have to protect them from being competitive. We need to build a system that is not competitive but collaborative. The problem is shifting the paradigm of how we work rather than actually trying to make people fit a system that breaks them, gives them burnouts, makes them be low achievers, as we call them. But it's the system that fails the young people, not the young people that fail the system.
Excellent, 𝗔𝗁𝗍𝗃. Joep, thank you very much for your patience. Last but not least, you represent the vet provider, so you have quite an interesting understanding of, say, the long-term and structural changes that we require to strengthen the vet system. What are those?
Yeah, I did hear Mr. Olsson's call that he said there is an education crisis. I think to tackle this, I think it's very important that vet will be seen as an independent further education sector and will be equipped, just like higher education, to be adaptive to the fast and rapid developments in the labor market and in and the technological developments. I think, and for that we also as VET need to take a look in our own backyard. So we also, it's also important to see that our curricula might be too descriptive, might not. Yeah, we need to put our trust in the teachers more. We need to invest in learning communities. We need to make our VET institutions a sort of centers of implementation of innovation. I think the role of VET in innovation is often overlooked on European level and national level. But if you think about
we tend to think that it all comes from research universities, but that's not the case.
That's not the case. I think like VET is really in the middle of regional ecosystems. The centers of vocational excellence are a great example of this. And I think if you think about it, it's the VET professionals that test and refine innovations. And if you do that, then the innovation is much more likely to succeed.
Do you have an example?
I think there are, like, for example, a lot of cases. For example, if you look now at the defense, I think that's where, like, the soldiers that are VET educated, those are the ones that work with these new innovations. There you really see it clear. Maybe not a very happy example, but that's one of the examples.
Important nonetheless, yes.
Yeah, yeah. And last point I want to make is that although we have work to do as a VET sector, I think responding to the challenges, we also need the help from the European Commission, from Cedefop, because, like, for example, there is still a target for higher education. We want 45% of our people to be higher educated. I think that's completely giving off the wrong signal, because that means that apparently it's better to do higher education than VET. So I think also these, like, old values, we need to tackle those. We need to really
Can we not just combine it like Karl Popper? He was a carpenter and a scientist. Is that not a way?
Well, I think that could be a good way indeed. Yeah.
Thank you very much also for being mindful of the time. Please give them a round of applause for their first contributions. I'd like to start the next round of questions with Rika, Business Europe. We are talking about, this is actually your own words, we need the skills now. We cannot wait 5 years. So what is it that business can do immediately to turn working places into learning places?
Yeah, thank you. Maybe it's not so well known, but actually a lot of working places are already learning places. And there may be some differences between member states, but at least in my country, that's really the case. And I think it has been calculated by a commission that about 90% of the training taking place at working places is actually paid by companies. So this is not always known, and it's not very easily shown in figures. But what could be done more, one of the things is that we should affect the mindset and the culture and motivation and responsibility of working places. And it means also employees and employers. And one way of doing that is to secure funding also for those companies who don't have that much resources to invest themselves. And actually Business Europe
are these SMEs or?
Well, I don't always like the idea that it's only SMEs. I mean, SMEs can be very different, but it may be more in SMEs than in larger companies. but those who don't have resources. And our concrete suggestion has been that now when EU is actually negotiating and planning the next multi-annual financial framework, that we would reserve funding for that purpose. European Social
You've made that
Fund
suggestion
Plus,
to the Commission?
Yeah. European Social Fund Plus should actually earmark some funding for companies so that they can really provide training at their working places. Most of the companies do that by themselves, but there are companies who need help.
Excellent. And thank you for being mindful of the time once more. Beata, I'd like to turn to you, and thanks for your patience. Now, Poland has done a lot in this area, in vet reforms. Briefly explain what you have done and how this could be valuable lessons for other member states.
Well, our reforms were mainly focused on strengthening the partnership between education and industry. We really developed a lot of solutions to make this cooperation a reality on a school level and on national level. So we have got, for example, on the school level, such solutions that industry organizations and employers can, for example, open patronage classes. Work-based learning is implemented at the employers in real working conditions. Industry organizations and employers also participate in co-designing curricula. The core curricula for the national, for us as the ministry, we design the curricula together with the representatives of industries.
Sometimes businesses say, they complain saying this: we get access to redesigning curricula, but it takes really long to participate in that process. How have you addressed that?
Yes, well, actually, we try to develop some kind of projects, like, for instance, right now we are implementing a project called Sectoral Agreement for Vocational Education and Training, increasing the participation of sectoral representatives in the development of vocational education and training and work-based learning. And the idea of this project is to invite the representatives of nationwide organizations, but also employers, small and medium enterprises, to the ministry to have cyclical meetings and to sign the partnership agreements of cooperation, collaboration between the ministry and the representatives of these organizations. And the aim of it is just to make them participate in this real life, everyday co-designing of
So you
the
involve them
curricula.
from the beginning by design, in fact.
Yes, and they know exactly what is needed for the labor market, what is needed for a given sector. So we just want to have them as experts, as consultants, who will participate, who will collaborate with the ministry on a regular basis.
Thank you very much. Turning to you, Ludovic, can VET be an opportunity for quality jobs in green and digital?
So yes, it can. The question for us now, it's in the situation in which we are in the labor markets in the EU. There's well, in traditional sectors where VET is important, like industries. Industries in a lot of countries is facing deindustrialization, closure, redundancies. So as we see VET as a bridge between workers and future opportunities, the first question is, what are the future opportunities? I was in a forum last week with employers discussing on decarbonation, and employers are saying, we don't know what in 5 years will be the jobs in our companies. Well, at least there is an uncertainty. So if employers that provide the jobs do not even know in 5 years what are the job opportunities, how could workers know? So this is a call, I think, for anticipation, for designing, well, policies for sure, but also then discussing in the different sectors, what does it mean, the future opportunities? Because VET cannot just train people for whatever jobs that will not exist in a region. When in a region, the closure of a company with 1,000 or 2,000 jobs, what does it mean for that region? It means that this region will be desertified in terms of jobs. So their vet cannot do everything. So that's, a call for anticipation. And anticipation can be done in vet strategies through designing with social partners. This means real involvement of social partners. And there it's important, two final points, I would say, that Cedefop deepens its data on access to digital and green skills by region and sectors, because communities were brought in the discussion. In fact, it's in regions and communities that we need to have strategies. And finally, the Skills Intelligence Observatory was mentioned by the European Commission in the introduction on the Union of Skills. For us, Cedefop could do that. The problem is, what's the interlink here? Without a tripartite, without the experience from the ground, how the Skills Intelligence Observatory will work. So this is really important, that also the EU policies, 50 years after the creation of Cedefop, takes into account what Cedefop has done and can continue to do. Because, final word, the Union of Skills had the chance to be in the 101st days of the Commission flagships. The problem is that for us there's a link with the quality jobs that you mentioned.
Very clear.
So quality jobs roadmap didn't have the chance to be in the 101st day of the Commission's flagship. So this is exactly what is missing as a link.
Something to take into account. Thank you very much, Cynthia, and thanks in advance for keeping an eye on the time. How do you seek to align vet priorities with the European Pillar of Social Rights?
Now, the European Pillar of Social Rights is about equal opportunities, equal access to the labor market, fair working conditions, and inclusion. Now, we all agree when I say we means the three groups of the EEC, that we need accessible, flexible, and modular training pathways when we talk about training. And this is essential in order to include the vulnerable groups that we are talking about. And also, we made some steps forward for adult education. We have some positive signs, but the picture in some countries is very diversified, very fragmented. What is important, you said about youth. We have decided to involve youth organizations in the preparation of our opinions, in order to have their direct voice in the preparation of our opinions. ESF, we carried out a research on the use of ESF Plus last year, and the picture is very fragmented because there are countries which make use of the European funds in a complementary way with the national, private and public funds, in countries which wait, and then when the incentives finish, when the funding finishes, as Jürgen was saying, they stop the program. So it is very important, a complementary use of national and European funds, and the capacity to plan. And if you want to plan what you need now and what you will need in the future-oriented occupations, you need the governance of this process. And in the governance, social partners, civil society organizations, but above all, but also employment services at territorial level, because the occupations are changing so rapidly that what is useful now, it won't be useful anymore in 2 years' time, or even in a few months' time. Before, somebody said about China. I don't want to compare with China. I really understand that there are a lot of skilled people in very highly technical skills, but we also need to invest in soft skills, because soft skills gives us the flexibility to adapt.
Excellent, thank you very much. Giuseppina. I'd like to turn to you. Involving civil society is very important because you help us to understand fundamentally what needs to change. I'd like to talk to give you the floor to talk a little further about the paradigm shift that you think is necessary in VET.
Yes. I think what is important to talk about when we talk about civil society and paradigm shift needed in VET is what are the needs that we have to build this partnership. And I think, I mean, as I said it before, Cedefop is a very good example of stakeholder participation throughout many of their processes. The Union of Skills is starting as a process with several consultation processes as well. But so I think what we actually need for civil society to be able to participate in the shaping of VET and skills is an enabling policy environment where there is space for actual and real participation beyond a simple consultation once in a while, beyond the input to a focus group, and to put this stamp of a very tokenistic stamp of we've did it, we've done it, we've consulted civil society. In our case, Civil Society Europe, what we think civil society can bring is a lot, for example, to the Union of Skills, on the action plan on basic skills, on the VET strategy, on the EU teachers and trainers agenda, but we cannot do it without trust. And I think right now we cannot say, I mean, I don't know where you all come from, but there is a big lack of trust towards civil society organization at European and national level. It's harder and harder to join those conversations on curricula development, for example, for civil society. And when I say civil society, I mean even student organizations, because student organizations and youth organizations are not formal social partners, but they are categorized more like civil society. And right now we need to encourage this participation of CSOs in the building and in the shaping of VET, to make sure that the people that go to VET know that there is a space for them to participate in civil society and in community, and to make sure that they're not alienated into their training.
Apart from the moral imperative, what's in it for business and government to involve civil society in VET?
Intelligence on the actual needs and desires of young people or people in education and training, new perspective, fresh perspectives, a community-based idea, much more the idea of a fair and sustainable future. There's so much. There's a lot of idealism in it for business, and I think business and VET need a lot of idealism beyond a bit of this pragmatic view on labor market.
But it's not, actually, if you listen carefully to what you're saying, it's not idealism only, it's actually improving the VET system to make it work better for business and for government and society as well.
Maybe I've convinced myself I'm just very idealistic.
All right. Thank you very much, Giuseppina. Joep, and thanks again for your patience. I'd like you to talk a little more about VET providers and how they can contribute, how they can collaborate perhaps, and maybe you can take into account some good practices that can inspire us.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think VET institutions are really central because they know exactly what is happening within their region. They have the contact with many businesses, hundreds of thousands of businesses all across Europe. So they know exactly what needs to happen, although I do think in the current world some of the changes that are needed are sometimes almost too big to tackle as one school alone. That's why _it is a European association of associations of VET providers. It's really inception. But we are, for example, I am from the Dutch Vocational Council, and we represent the 52 VET schools. And we also help them to work together on these big challenges. And I think that's really important in tackling the big challenges of today, to also stimulate the cooperation between the schools within your countries, and then also on a European level, as we do with 𝗀𝗶𝗆 with all of our members. Because in that way we can stimulate this cooperation and implement new policy developments that can help our institutions, such as micro-credentials as an example. I think that's a really good example of where _it really stimulates this cooperation within countries and in Europe. And that's also an invitation to the Commission and to Cedefop. I would also say use us, because we at a grassroots level, we are independent, we have a different opinion than the member state governments, because like, for example, when you look at the European VET diploma, the governments say no, 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 no. And we, as the VET providers, say yes, 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 we want that. And we can help in nudging our governments to accept it in the right direction.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Joep. Last but not least, turning to you, Henrik, 𝘀𝗁𝗃𝗃. You're one of the least usual suspects on the panel. You've been listening to all of us. What are your main thoughts? What's the key message you want to give to the audience at this point?
I guess the key message would be, let's have a focus on making that attractive. There's been a lot of focus on inclusion for some years, and I'm not against inclusion at all, but when inclusion is always combined with VET, then there's somebody who's not interested in taking VET if it's only for those who had some kind of disability. So let's talk about how VET is attractive. I believe we have to do it via young role models. They have to see somebody, they have to meet somebody that they would like to be like. I believe there's a lot of possibilities within the Green Deal as well, because one of the sayings that we are having in Euroskills and one of the directions we are working in is that we believe that vocational education, a lot of them can be what we call the green doers. There can be a lot of political talk about green transition, but if there's no one to do it, if there's no one to install the solar panel, we can talk all about strategies, it won't change a thing. So including the green doers, that could also be to attract some of the purpose-driven young people. Because I would like.
And there are many of those, obviously.
Yeah, there are, and we have totally missed them when talking about vocational education. So if we can have more of the purpose-driven young people saying, "I want to be a green doer, I want to have a vocational education because then I can do something about the green transition," that could be very relevant for us. And then again, the last point would be regarding diversity. If you're lacking a skilled workforce, as politicians would call it, in some kind of different skills, it's totally ridiculous to start separating half of the population. So we have to think more about how can we stop this gender stereotypic way of thinking. So why does a carpenter have to be a man? Why can't it be a female? And so on. So diversity and green transition, that's going to be two of the key issues in arranging a good Euroskill, and also doing it because we want to make VET more attractive in Europe.
Thank you very much. Please give them an applause. Now we have a little time left before lunch to listen to the room. I believe there are microphones that can go around. If you have a question or comment, and I welcome those and encourage them, please raise your hand and kindly keep your comment or question very short, so we can have more of you participate. Yes, sir. Your name and very brief comment or question.
Yeah, my name is 𝗀𝗲𝗍𝗲𝗄, and I am the director of 𝗀𝗲𝗃𝗲, which is a Brussels-based organization working on intersection between migrants and education. I think there is a huge missing point here, which is everybody knows that migrants and youth coming from migrant backgrounds, they are normally have higher school dropouts rates, and normally they are also the first, to get out from the job market and the last, to get in. So my question is to the panelists is any kind of reflection on this topic, and also have a question for the Ministry of Education is, since you have a huge influx of Ukrainian youth, what your government is doing.
How did that impact your policies? Thank you very much.
Exactly. Thanks a lot.
I saw a hand go up there, and I kindly ask that you limit your comment to only one point in the interest of speaking of inclusion, including as many voices as possible. Keep your hands up so they can see you. Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Caroline Muscato. I work for the Central Denmark EU office. Drawing on Henrik Kjeldsen's point about attractiveness of VET, I would be very interested to hear the panel address the apparent dissonance between talking about Euroskills and excellence in VET, and then referring to many of the VET sectors actually represented at these skills competitions as low-skilled, because to me it seems like that would never become attractive to young people. So yeah, to address that, please.
This question is for Henrik, I believe.
Or I would actually really like to hear the panel's view in general.
Thank you very much. More questions. Excellent question, by the way. More questions and comments from the room. I was hoping for slightly more. I'll give you 10 more seconds. Seeing none, then we return to the panel for a very quick response. Perhaps we start with Beate, because there was a particular question addressed to you. Indeed, an influx of many Ukrainian young people. How did that impact your education policies?
Well, actually, we indeed had to handle it, and we developed different solutions, legislative solutions, to facilitate the entrance of Ukrainian students into the Polish education system. Of course, there were lots of barriers. First and foremost is the language barrier, and that's why we foreseen the need for the employment of assistant teachers who will support young students, pupils, and also adults who want to benefit from continuous vocational education and training within the VET system. They are present during the classes. They support the teachers who carry out general and vocational education. So this is the support that we give. Lots of IT tools are also developed, lots of e-resources, bilingual, accessible, available on free education platform.
How many Ukrainian students do you have at the moment? Do you have an idea?
100,000, yeah. 200, yeah.
200,
sorry,
in fact.
Thank you. Yes, that's right. So, and they are on all levels of education system, and there is a lot of support given to them. So I think.
But Poland also benefits, am I right?
Of course, because their parents are with them, and of course we have got a lot of incentives for them to enter the labor market, but at the same time they are very willing to be on the labor market. So it's for the benefit of both sides, and we are really happy that they can be integrated in this way in both the education system and the society and labor market.
Who on the panel would like to address the question on migrant youth? Briefly, please, yes.
Well, we have a specific body in the EEC dealing with migration and inclusion. As you know, migrant policies is mainly national policies. We are working on legal pathways, how to encourage legal pathways in Europe, but this is in the hands of the national governments to decide about the numbers, the accession, and in there. We organize every year a forum with all the with many of the different organizations which are active on the ground at national level, dealing with migration, health support initiatives, services, and so on. I think that we are working on this. Now we have this directive on talent pool. Personally, I don't like it very much because it means to attract migrant talent, migrants from third countries, and then what? They come to Europe. How long for? A short period, and then what? There is an issue about brain drain that we have to address. So I think that we should also focus more on the management of migration policies, and we are not there, unfortunately, at European level. I come from one country where the migration policies is very sensitive.
Thank you very much.
And also for work mobility inside Europe. This is a very key issue.
Excellent. Now, I'd like to address the question that was raised by the lady over there as regards the, let's say, bad reputation of vocational training related work. I'll have time for only 2 speakers, so I'll have to make a tough choice. Let it be the social partners. How about that? Starting with the business side.
Thank you. I refuse to think that there are low-skill work. That doesn't exist. It may mean that you don't need that much prior education in order to start to work, but your skills need to be excellent. So I wouldn't confuse these things.
But how do we address, let's say, the stigma that it has?
Well, you have to give good examples, you have to give these role models, as was described
as Henrik
here.
said, yeah.
And you have to point out that important transitions that we are facing in Europe, green or digital, it doesn't happen before we have those who actually do the things.
And perhaps make people aware of the language they employ when discussing these matters.
Yes.
Ludovic.
Yeah, so for me, one data, 40% of workers report having no or only basic digital skills, and it's even more for the low qualified workers. Workers who are the most vulnerable by displacement, by automation, by AI, and they are the least supported. They access the least also training. So for us, it's exactly the work that is done by vets is incredible, but this is exactly where the missing piece is the link between skill strategies and quality job strategies. For us, there's a discussion to make attractive the sectors. We need to remove the barriers. We need to offer paid training time. We need to tailor support to real-life needs. We need to ensure qualification lead to secure and better paid employment, that there's recognition of qualifications for the lower qualified workers. So VET must empower, of course not stigmatize, those with fewer formal credential. It's for us a question of fairness, of opportunities and of social justice. And this will also tackle the question of women inclusion, migrant inclusion in the labor market.
So when actually a vet job is empowering, then automatically also the stigma, of course, will be removed. In 20 seconds, your final thoughts, Joep.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, like, I think role models is not enough. I think it's also about the wording, like lower, higher skills. So I really think, and for example, that's what the government of the Netherlands started doing. They are now not talking about it anymore. It's official language policy not to do that anymore.
Not to use those words, lower skilled, less skilled.
Exactly. So I think that's a concrete step the Commission and Cedefop could take as well in the next 50 years.
Excellent.
You know?
Thank you very much. Henrik, your 20 seconds to conclude.
And I would just like to conclude, we have to give this positive words into it. There's a lot of people with VET who is making entrepreneurship. There's a lot of them who have higher salaries than people with a higher education when they enter the job market. There's a lot of them who can take a lot of further education if they'd like to. There's lower stress in a lot of the VET institutions than there is in other. We have a lot of VET where you can see immediately results, and that again leads to lower stress. So there is a lot of positive things to say.
That needs to be highlighted.
That has to be highlighted.
Yeah, excellent. Your 20 seconds, Giuseppina.
For me, it's a matter also of who defines those words. In this room, there is tons of people who work on VET policy. How many of you have been into a VET institution studying VET? 10, 15, maximum. The matter of involving VET students and learners into defining the words is the only way to go for attractiveness. Nothing about us without us is the only way to actually move forward, to showcase role models also beyond the VET sector, because no one wants to see themselves doing the same thing over and over. I started as a VET student. I work in an office right now. How many of these role models do we bring forward? Few. I think this is the key to attractiveness, showing that there is several pathways a person can take and that their job does not define them.
Before I thank the speakers, we'll have lunch in a bit in the same area where you had coffee. Please remember to visit the stands and take a memory picture. Please join me in thanking Cynthia, Beate, Rika, Henrik, Giuseppina, Joep, and Ludovic. Thank you very much. This was excellent. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the second half of the 50th anniversary conference of Cedefop. We will start the second half with a panel on the attractiveness of the teaching profession in VET. Needless to say, if you want more people to enter VET, then you need professional staff who are motivated, who are inspiring, and who consider their job to be rewarding. Why otherwise would they do it? And we'll talk about that from various perspectives, representing the different stakeholders in the field, starting with a Cedefop expert who will take 7 minutes to set the scene, and after that I'll return to the stage to introduce the speakers to you. Please welcome to the stage Irene Psifidou.
Thank you, Ali. Good afternoon to everyone. What a great honor to be part of the 50-year anniversary of Cedefop, out of which 20 years I've been with Cedefop, seeing it growing up, seeing it becoming wiser. And how beautiful to be part of this attractive panel. I mean, about a panel which is about the attractiveness of the vet teaching profession. As you may know, Europe suffers from severe teacher shortages. But the teaching profession is the profession who shapes all the other professions. Without teachers, we may not have doctors, we may not have engineers, we may not have hairdressers, and who may imagine his life without a hairdresser? But without teachers, we may not even have more teachers. And less teachers, no qualified teachers has severe consequences to the students' performance. And this is evidence-based, based on Cedefop's work, of course. And that's why making the teaching profession attractive, addressing teacher shortages in Europe is high in the EU policy agenda. And this is why Cedefop for decades has been working to provide robust evidence, to promote peer learning, and starting back in the 80s with our amazing Mara Brudza, who set up the first TTNet, the first network in Europe about supporting vet teachers and trainers. And decades later, my beloved Antonio Ranieri, the head of Department of Vet and Skills, who gave the green line and all the support this year to be launched the best novel, unique survey in Europe of vet teachers that I will be telling you about later during the panel. So stay, don't leave, stay in this panel to learn about this survey too. Okay, so what is happening with our teachers in Europe? Most of them are aged 55 plus. So they're at least 25 years older than me. And you heard before in the previous panel the example of Poland, the migration, how this led to 200,000 students in Polish schools, which what means? It means that we require teachers with specific skills, with language skills. You know about COVID, digitalization push, we need teachers with more digital skills and so forth. So this also means a higher demand of skills with specific skills. And this makes even more pronounced the lack of qualified teaching force in Europe. And unfortunately, young people are not attracted to the profession. So why teachers rethink their careers? Well, it's not an easy job, I must say. Well, why? Based on Cedefop's European Jobs and Skills Survey, teachers, in comparison to the other workers, they need higher literacy skills, higher digital skills, and of course, dealing with young people, higher social skills. In the same time, they don't get sufficient support when they become teachers and why they are teachers. What does this mean? Based on our pilot survey of vet teachers back in 2022, they told us when they first take the profession, they don't feel fully prepared. We also know that despite the fact in 19 European member states, continued professional development is obligatory, guess what? Very few of them, they have the possibility to actually access high quality and relevant continuing professional development. And only 3 countries, only in 3 European countries, continued professional development may lead to increased salaries and career advancement. So they have to learn and learn and learn, and somehow they are not that motivated anymore. And of course, on top of that, we tell them, come to work at school, don't be fully prepared for that, and take these nicely challenging working environments where you may experience high workload, beautiful stress, with a nice impact on your well-being, of course. Take some overcrowded classrooms. Of course, they don't all speak the same language. You can have Ukrainians, you can have, so many different students that the instruction language is not their mother tongue, of course, and this increases the challenge. This is a very challenging one. And unfortunately, as UNESCO tells us, 80% of all teachers worldwide, they have experienced a kind of form of violence. So that's the situation. As a result, yes, teaching is not a first career choice. Only 67% of teachers chose to become teachers as a first choice. In some countries, very few graduates from teaching programs, they actually later take a job in a school. So, what should we do to make teaching careers attractive? Well, 3 main priorities, but later in the panel, you will be listening so many different ways and approaches we can do that. So, improve societal appreciation of teachers, raise salaries. Only 40% of vet teachers are satisfied with their salary. 10.5% lower salaries than any other tertiary workers. And of course, increase job and career stability. Vet teachers, in comparison to the teachers in general schools, they tend to have a temporary contract. Why? So, I have 15 seconds to conclude. All of you who are today here, you have a say, you have a power. Please join us to make this vet teaching profession attractive. Please support this panel and everyone at Cedefop, at the EU, in all institutions, to strive to make this profession to be a profession that our children want to choose, that their children would like to choose. And remember, during COVID, when society and schools shut down, teachers kept teaching. And now that societies are open and schools are opened up widely, shouldn't teachers keep teaching? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rena, for your fantastic and very, very energetic presentation. On the screen it said, "Bravo!" exclamation mark. Bravo. Please join us on the panel. We would not like to have you move away, and maybe keep the microphone. Now, let's move on to inviting the speakers to the floor. Please come forward and take your seats, and then I'll introduce you. Wherever you prefer. Excellent. So we are joined by the Secretary General of the European Association of Institutes for Vocational Training, 𝗍𝗶𝗶, Theodor Grassos. Theodor, raise your hand so everyone knows where you're sitting. Give him an applause. Also raise your hand, the General Secretary of the European Parents Association, Petra Kokelnik. Senior Policy Coordinator at the European Trade Union Committee for Education, Agnes Roman. Secretary General of the European Federation of Education Employees, Daniel Wisniewski. And Director of the Lifelong Learning Platform, Burkina Shomaki. Welcome to all of you. So this panel is somewhat different than the previous one because we are starting, I'll take you through it, with 4 presentations giving us various perspectives from the field on how to make the teaching profession in VET more attractive. And I'd like to start by giving 5 minutes to Agnes of the Trade Union of Educators. And thank you in advance for being mindful of the time.
Thank you very much. I will try. Actually, I would like to firstly introduce myself in a different hat, because most of you know me as the spokesperson of the employee group in the management board representing the workers' unions in Cedefop, but very few of you know that actually I'm a teacher originally, and I'm also working for the teacher trade unions. And I really wanted to be in this panel because I really consider myself as a co-parent of this VET survey, together also with Rena, Antonio, and Daniel. And I'm really happy that we are celebrating here the 50th anniversary of Cedefop, also with this topic about the vocational teachers. Because in the European Commission 2 last education and training monitor, it highlighted 2 problematic issues continuously in the education systems. One of them is unequal access to education, and the other one is huge teacher shortage. And this is why we as teacher trade unions, we developed already a few years ago 10 points how to make the teaching profession attractive. And I only would like to highlight few. Because one of them is, indeed, teachers see their profession as a mission, but we really have to enhance the value of the vocational teacher's profession. I myself, I'm a teacher, but I would ask who becomes a vocational teacher when vocational schools are not attractive for students and they are not attractive for their parents. And we see in many European countries, especially in vocational schools, you can see an increasing radicalization and increasing violence, violence against other students and violence against teachers too. So in order to really raise the societal value of the teaching profession, we have to focus on their everyday lives, everyday working lives of educators. Rena mentioned a lot of data, but I really would like to highlight 2. According to a Cedefop report, 60% of vocational teachers are not satisfied with their job, and vocational teachers earn 8% less than teachers in any other education sectors, and this also shows something. So what we are calling for is reasonable workload, because teachers are overloaded with administrative work. Also attractive and fair salaries, stable and secure employment, because precarity is increasing. Teachers have to teach 2 lessons in this school, 3 lessons in the other school. Mobile teachers are more and more frequent. And we really have to improve career pathways for teachers, because it is not acceptable that a teacher becomes a teacher, then remains a teacher, even though they do professional development, professional development trainings. There is no career pathways to be, for example, mentor or to be school leaders. The other big problem is initial teacher training. Around half of the novice teachers don't receive mentoring when they start their classroom work. When I started my classroom work, the 3 years of psychology and pedagogy, of history and methodology was completely useless. I really had to learn how to teach and how to have contact with the students. But still, I really believe that since I left my profession 20 years ago, I don't really see that anything has changed. Initial teacher training is still old-fashioned and is still not reflects to the really needs of the teachers, young teachers. There are high tuition fees. Initial teacher training is still too long. And we have to see the teachers also as part of the society, as part of those professionals who also are having struggle, for example, with the cost of living crisis. There are housing barriers, like in Ireland. A novice teacher has a very big difficulty to find a rent in an urban area. While in Finland, we know that there are housing shortages in rural areas. So how can we make sure that there is quality teaching for every children if there is no enough support for novice teachers? The other thing is what I would like to highlight is continuous professional development. It was said that in half countries it's compulsory, in half it is recommended. But if it is not really responding to the needs of the teachers, it is not correct. Because teachers, they should be offered to attend these courses during working hours. There should be substitute teachers, and these trainings should be recognized in their career development. I'm finishing it, I know. But I think it's very important to sit down to make reforms together with teachers, not for teachers only. Because what we can see, there are reforms without including the teachers. But we can provide the really necessary information how we can change our own profession, and we should not be excluded.
Thank you very much. Representing education employers, Daniel, your 5 minutes, and thank you very much for keeping an eye on the clock.
I will try to do my best. First of all, I think congratulations are in order. So I wanted, since this is the first time I'm taking the floor here, I thought I say that 50 years is a beautiful age. So it's congratulations to our Cedefop colleagues. I think you've been doing a great work on increasing the perception of it and providing research and data. And at the same time, I think there is a great opportunity for you right now in the policy framework on the Union of Skills and the brightful future when it comes to, well, your involvement in the Skills Observatory that is currently under construction. Now I have to say a few words about who actually I represent, and then I will have to be unframing everything that Agnes said. But first of all, I represent the European education employers. We are institutions that manage educational systems and participate in collective bargaining with teacher trade unions. And so I represent here, and I'm sort of on a hot seat, representing these bad people that do not pay the teachers. But to be honest, of course, we are very much aware of all the challenges that are here. And we've been discussing these challenges for the last 30 years. And now at EFI, what we try to do, so the organizations that we represent are ministries of education, local governments, school boards, school leaders, vet providers, higher education rectors. And within our organization, what we try to do, because of course we do a lot of discussions and talking about the challenges, what we try to do is to find solutions. And I'm gonna maybe try to say a few things that we work on in order to find those solutions. These are not the only solutions, but we try to at least look at certain solutions. So first of all, we're looking at flexible pathways to the profession. We're looking at the solution to increase the number of teachers by, well, limiting the barriers to the profession. It is very difficult to become a teacher. There is lots of certification that you need to do. There's a significant limit to actually access the profession. Then we also run a specific project on teachers' induction. We're looking at the entire ecosystem of induction for both new teachers and sector or industry originating teachers, so people that are coming from particular industry to become teachers. We're looking at certification. We're looking at making the preparation for the teaching profession into modules, allowing people to get their profession on the job and get their initial training on the job as well. So these are, let's say, the main things. We're also trying to look at the school as an interesting and attractive employer, and a place with diverse careers, both leading to growth in terms of on the industry level, but also on the research level and leadership level. So we're trying to see an employer as a diverse place of employment. And finally, I also wanted to underline the importance of school leaders and their preparation. School leaders are those that actually serve as the agents of change. No change is actually available or possible without school leaders' preparation for this. So if we want to as well look at that, how can we really empower those people? It's one thing that I've been sort of discussing with colleagues from Cedefop. We are doing indeed a vocational teachers survey, and yet we didn't look, and we didn't really look at the school leaders. Maybe it's something to think of in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Burkina, lifelong learning platform. How do we make the teaching profession more attractive?
This works? Yeah. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for having me, and congratulations to your anniversary. A great achievement, and we have used the wealth of knowledge and data that you have filled the sector with pleasure. So it has been very helpful in our work. So I want to first congratulate Cedefop for this anniversary. So I represent the Lifelong Learning Platform. For those that don't know the organization, we were built around 20 years ago after the lower vision of lifelong, life-wide, so education and learning happening throughout life and in different spaces. So with that, we also brought a new vision to education. So we are trying to also convey them and promote this vision, this holistic vision from cradle to grave, where learning happens in all spaces. And that is important to mention because the first thing to answer this question for me would be to redefine the role of teachers and who are the teachers we are talking about. And so it's very important for us, and in 2024, we actually released our position paper on the educator's profession. And in fact, we try to bring a new definition by broadening the concept of educators, of teachers, and including in it all the professionals that have an educational role. And that's not only the teachers in the classroom.
Example?
Parents, facilitators, mentors, counselors, psychologists in the school, other people that also in the outdoor activities, also youth workers, volunteers in community organizations. They also fill in the learning journey of the learners outside of this classroom. So these are all educators. They all deserve an attention in this discussion. And why? Because I think they also reduce the pressure that society is putting on teachers alone, because they can't solve all the issues of societal nowadays. So it is important to broaden the concept in order to address the root causes and in order to see where can we adapt our systems and our, when can we intervene with which mechanisms and instruments. So it's very important, in our opinion, to broaden that.
Can you make it a little more concrete, Burkina? So what would that mean if we would reconceptualize the idea of an educator? What would be the effect on policy?
But for instance, one of the things that we highlight as well, that for a teacher's profession to be more attractive, there has to be also an attractive, enabling environment, a system of stakeholders working together, collaborating together, helping each other, so that the teacher is not left alone in his mission. That seems for many impossible. So I think that's what we try to convey, also how the role of school heads that was mentioned by Daniel and other roles, other professionals that are surrounding either the classroom, the school, or the community in which the school is. So it's important they cooperate together, they co-work together, but also we see it also an added value for schools and teachers to also work with other sectors of education, with universities, with the VET, with formal schools, with community centers, with non-formal education providers. So the diversity of the learning environments, the teacher can learn from it. And especially because if we want to make it attractive, we also have to invest on their continuous professional development. That means that teachers as well are lifelong learners. And where their learning happens, it can be in the schools, but it can also be outside of the school. And in that outside of the school, there are many different education and training providers who come in. So I think it's very important also for their continuous professional development to consider that diversity. And for me, the most important, let's say, issue that we have also brought in our position paper is, of course, the investment. We need to have a robust and a structured investment on the profession itself to make sure that we address the shortages, that we address the working conditions, that we address the workloads, and all the consequences that a lack of investment has on the profession.
Burkina, thank you very much. Petra of the Parent Association. Parents are probably the first teacher that someone has.
Yes, thank you very much indeed. That's exactly our paradigm, our vision, that parents are the first, chronologically the first, but also probably the most important educator of a child throughout its lifetime. It's the most influential person for a child. It's the role model for a child. So it's not just what we teach to them, but especially what we ourselves embody that the child will learn. As parents, being here as a parent, but also as a representative from the Parents Association, I think we are never as human as when we are, and as confronted to a true human nature as when we are parents in our parenting role. And I think this is actually leading me to the very issue that for me is here at stake when we talk about the attractiveness of the teaching profession. It's the humanity issue, it's the heart. We're talking about crisis of the education sector, crisis of skills, in addition to many other crises we're talking about in Europe. Usually when there's a crisis, that means that we have lost sight of something, and the crisis wants us to come back to it. It wants us to find what we have lost, where we have lost ourselves in. So for me, this crisis is also wanting us to find our way back to our heart and not just to the brain. And what so many of you have said in so many different ways and expressed today, this morning and in this panel, is that teachers want to be recognized. They want to be able to express their passion. They want that we see again, that we trust them again, that if they have accepted this profession, if they want to teach our children, it's because they have sincere love for them. They see the spark in them. They see their potential. And they want to be on their path, on the way to help them bring it out into the world. And this is what parents and teachers have in common. And for us, what we are really working on a lot, it's our main mission, is this creation between the cooperation, the co-creation between the educational settings and the systems and the parents. Education is not just one thing happening in 8 hours or 6 hours a day to our children and then they come back home. Education should be something, as is also the issue with lifelong learning, that is happening like in an extended family. Because our children, they are not, there was also this beautiful conversation this morning about high level, low level. This is not about it. Our children are learning miracles. The human brain, the human being is a true learning miracle. We all learn at exponential speed in an incredible way when we thrive, when we feel well, when we feel safe, when we feel that our potential is seen, when we have the right to really explore who we are. And every single one of our children, independent of their conditions, will thrive if we enable them. And this is the same for teachers. If we allow them in a system that makes them thrive and makes them and trusts them that they really want the best for our children, then they can thrive. And I think this is what we need to get back to, allowing the teachers to just connect to their passion. Too many teachers nowadays, when I talk to teachers, many of them have burnouts. They are overburdened with administrative stuff. Talks to parents are cumbersome because there is also in many countries this clear cut between the educational system and the parents. I don't know how many of you have children here in Belgium, but many schools here, they hand you over the kid at the school door, so the parents have to stay out of the gates. You come and fetch your kid, and it's almost sent out of the line like coming out from prison. There is a clear separation, which means that parents and educators do not feel connected. They cannot make this bond thrive, and this is also something that I believe is very, very heavy for teachers in addition to all the other.
Thank you very much for your passionate contribution, Petra. We now will have a presentation about good practices from the field by Theodor, and he will focus on continued professionalization of vet teachers and trainers. By all means.
Yeah, it's that simple. Okay, so you will have me only for 7 minutes. I promise that I will not take longer. First of all, I would like, and I think this must be said, to thank our colleagues at Cedefop, because we work together, we work closely, and you are wonderful professionals that always have a very positive attitude when we sit together and we try to solve problems. So this, I think, has to be said. So happy anniversary. Thank you very much for having us here. I'm 𝘀𝗸𝗏. I'm from EVBB. It's one of the associations that is focusing on vocational education and training. We are currently in 83 countries. We have more than 850 members. And the important thing is that some of them are outside the European Union, and they are seeking to know how we do teaching and training, vocational teaching and training in the European Union. So this is how they become our members. So we tried through this network to bring a few inspiring practices that would be useful, and maybe also training material that you can use in your schools and in your classrooms. The first example is a teacher's academy. Why is that important? We have already heard today more than once that migrants, inclusion of vulnerable groups is very important during the education period. But unfortunately, as Rena said, we do have an aging force, a teaching force. So what are we going to do in order to enable them from a very specific mindset of training 20, 30 years ago, when we were not so open, into a new mindset where they have to include migrants, they have to include people from different cultural backgrounds. So this is what we try to do here. It is a project that is being finalized at the moment, so the training material is being uploaded. You can find more by clicking on the QR code, and we have more QR codes later on. So the whole idea is take the examples that we have here in the training material, adapt it, it's free, and use it within your classrooms. And I have to say that all these practices that I will present also right away are included. If you don't know, there is a compendium of inspiring practices at Cedefop, so you can just access Cedefop and find more inspiring practices and good practices there. I would like then to focus on this project that was the NGBV. So this is the first actually study that is working and has concluded of what is happening on the field when it comes on gender-based violence in the vet schools. So we do have a lot of studies when it goes to schools. We do have even more studies when it goes out to the society and the universities. And we found out that there was nothing when it comes to the vet schools. Why is that important? We do not only have a classroom, we do have laboratories in the vet education system, and we do have the placements and the apprenticeships. So now imagine creating an inclusive environment, tackling gender-based violence in the school. What is happening when we go out, when we have to work as a female car engineer, car engineer? We do not know. So what we try to do here is to prepare the teachers, to prepare the tutors, so that we can understand when and under which circumstances we do have gender-based violence, not only in the schools, but also at the first placement that we have. This has been evaluated as a very good practice. It received as an evaluation 98 out of 100. The training material is there, so if you would like to take a photo of the QR code, we urge you to have a look at it. And finally, and I will close with that, what happens with the inclusion of LGBTIQ people? Unfortunately, we do have education and training systems and curricula, even books, that do not take into account the diversity that we want to have in our societies. And when it comes to the educational system called VET, unfortunately, we still have graduates as a receptionist, as a chef, as someone who works in the culinary or in the hospitality sector, who does not know that there are people who are different. So how do we behave? How do we train? How do we change our curricula in order to make them more inclusive? These are things that have been included here. So again, we would like you, if possible, to take a photo, have a look, because these are trainings that you can immediately adopt and use and train your teachers within your schools. I will not take more of your time. I promise that I will be shorter than 7 minutes, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daniel. And thanks indeed for being aware of the time and sharing these excellent good practices. I hope they'll be useful to all of you. I'd like now to turn to Rena, because Cedefop is launching a new survey to help teachers with continuous professional development. Please tell us about it, Rena.
Yes, Ali, it's the survey that I was telling you before, that I said to everyone to stay and wait. They stayed. So, oh, that's not me.
Okay. I have to change hands. Right. So, the European Vocational Teacher Survey. When at Cedefop we want to support teachers, we actually ask teachers, how do you want to be supported? So this is what we plan to do with this survey, to give voice to 1,400, that's American way, to 14,000 IVET teachers, teachers who work in initial vet schools. They will be randomly selected to answer a representative survey in whole Europe. Actually, 23 member states gave us the green light to participate in this unique and novel survey that has never been before, a survey of vet teachers in initial vocational education training. And what do we want to know? We want to know what motivates them and what makes their life difficult to participate in continuing professional development. We will ask about what kind of needs they have for continuing professional development. And we found out from our research that there are very few member states who actually conduct a needs assessment to their teachers in order to design their professional development programs. And when they do so, that's not systematic, and sometimes it's not at national level. So this will be the first European survey who will also assess the needs of teachers, the needs about inclusion, the needs about green skills, the needs about digital skills, and so forth. And we have developed, thanks to my colleague Kostas Pouliakas and Michalis Papazoglou, and I look up because he follows online today, we have developed a robust methodology in order to be able to associate the effectiveness of the continuing professional development with the job performance. Do you understand what I just said? I sound a bit complicated. So actually, we will be asking teachers and see up to what extent they participate in CPD and to what kind of CPD, how does this correlate with their performance at their job, at their teaching profession. So we have designed a multilingual campaign. We want to make every teacher to say, thank you, Cedefop, for having selected me randomly to answer to this survey. We want to convince, and we need all of you to convince teachers when the survey knocks the door of their school, because we will be approaching schools first in Europe, that they answer to our survey, that they have this chance to raise their voice. And we invite all of you to come to my beautiful birthplace, Thessaloniki, which is full of sun and full of beauty and beach, and attend on the 25th and 26th of September this year the official event where we will launch the European Vocational Teacher Survey. You can come, or if you cannot come, you can attend online, but we will be waiting for you. And with that, I would like to thank you. Thank you so much for your attention. We will continue, of course, with the panel.
Thank you very much, Reina. You have a way to excite us. Early in my career, I worked as a teacher in a vet school in the Netherlands. I might go back just to be randomly selected by Cedefop. Now we turn back to the four panelists, Petra, Burkina, Daniel, and Agnes, and you'll each have 5 minutes again to talk to us how to address the shortage in teaching staff, both generally speaking as well as from your perspective and the perspective of your organization. Daniel, I'd like to start with you, if that's okay.
So now I have to change the hand. So look, at 𝗪𝗲 what we try to do is indeed we try to search for solutions. We've been working with social partners, with teacher trade unions for a very long time about the basic framework of what attractiveness career in the teaching profession is. We've been working within our social dialogue and the collective bargaining to make sure that, with the teacher trade unions, we can kind of foster that. And the main things that we kind of come up with is about really the status of the teachers, their importance, their job satisfaction, their well-being, but also at the same time within our organization, we also try to look at elements of opening up the profession and try to bring people from different industries to the job. In order to do this, having in mind that our shortage in teachers is so severe, we're looking at different teacher certification. In different countries, this has a different form already, where the teachers from industries, craftsmen, both in tertiary and secondary level, they are being certified as teachers. And this is why I mentioned in my first intervention that it is very important that we look at the limits and barriers that actually prevent us from joining the teaching profession. We also think about rethinking the teaching profession as such, looking at the attractive teaching career pathway in terms of how can you grow as a teacher throughout your life. So what should be your teaching progression framework? What kind of salary links should be? Whether there should be different opportunities, maybe for research, maybe for CPD, maybe for leadership. And we want to rethink that teaching profession, showing that schools and universities on the tertiary level are attractive places to work that can give you an interesting career. And that, in this sense, this is sort of our approach. I mentioned a little bit about the induction. Before just joining the floor, we spoke with Agnes about her first year as a teacher, and indeed, it's quite a difficult moment when you are starting as a teacher. We just concluded the project on induction, and we have in fact interviewed many teachers. They said that the first year is very, very weird. Why? Because it's like you leave the teaching education institution, and what happens to you that suddenly you have those 20 kids in the classroom and you have to teach them. And often it is the case that what you learn in the teaching education institution is not sort of the same reality as it is in the school, in the classroom. And that's something that we also need to look at, about how can we really create such a ecosystem for induction to make sure that teachers that join the profession want to stay in that profession. So on the one hand, induction, on the other hand, career pathway that is attractive. Our dream as employers is sort of to look at the model of the healthcare sector, where you have medical doctors doing their PhDs, doing their research, and also attending to patients, where we can develop schools in such a way that there will be multiple jobs in the same institution with different kinds of workload, with both for younger teachers working in groups or in teams, to simply rethink what the concept of the school is. And that's something that we are looking at as well. I mentioned the hybrid teachers. We're looking at the hybrid teachers as well, people that could share and become experts in their field, in their profession, and build their brand by also being teachers at the vocational education centers. We're looking at that. What are the barriers of it? How these people that are in fact industry people could actually become teachers both on secondary and tertiary level. And we indeed found out that there's many barriers. We're looking at I mentioned certification and breaking down the teaching profession certification into different modules that could be built up on the micro-credential level, so people from the industry can easier access the job itself. So, did I say everything?
I think you did. Thank you very much, Daniel.
Thanks a lot.
Burkina, I turn to you. The shortage, what do we do with it?
I wish I had the answer, or at least a complete answer, but I can try to bring some answers. When we did our position paper again, we looked at good examples, because I think I think the solution is out there. Someone has it, or at least a part of it. So if we look out there at the different examples and different good practices, inspiring practices that can be replicated, that can be upscaled, can be improved elsewhere and adapted to a different context, that's already quite a first good step for all of us. And so when looking at that, we actually looked retention being one of the major issues. We know from OECD data among like 40% of teachers leave the profession within the first 5 years. So how can we address this? For instance, we looked at one of our member organizations that works more on the popular education, what they do, for instance, for the very first 5 years. They have a peer mentor to the teacher, to the new teacher, so early career mentoring programs that are catered to those teachers in order to keep them in the system. And we know that in vet, I mean, the retention is even a huger, much higher issue. They leave a lot earlier than that. So there it's very important to work on that early career mentoring programs. Also, I think it joins what Daniel said about having predictable career pathways, so knowing how you can progress in that career. It's also important, especially among young people nowadays that want to, see where they are heading and how they can progress. So there has to be some motivation and breaking a bit the routine. So I think it's very important. Then another issue that also Daniel touched upon about working and co-teaching with industry professions. I think it's even more relevant I'm looking at Theodor because he's the one closely working in the sector, so how important it is for teachers in the vet sector to work with industry professions. But that's not the system nowadays, doesn't allow them to transition the vet sector and to enter that school. So it's very important. And we know other organizations like FVET as well, they have co-teaching with industry professions as examples of indeed helping bringing those professions into the classroom. Another issue is also the validation of prior learning and recognition of prior learning. So there are a wealth of knowledge and knowledgeable people out there that could come in as teachers into the sector and fill in the gaps. But for them to do it, there are not enough robust and working efficiently systems of validation that will recognize their prior learning. For instance, like you said, you have been a teacher earlier, but if somebody like yourself doing a facilitation or moderation work and wants to go back to and go to a teaching, you would need some validation, recognition of your skills. And you might have the skills that you actually don't know that are fit for the purpose and fit for the profession. So advancing the validation recognition systems is super important for bringing new people into it, and also helping those that haven't gone through a classical, traditional teaching pathway to become teachers, helping them recognize what other skills they have that they are not aware of can actually be applicable to teaching profession. So I think this is super important. And a last point is also what we said, I think it was said also before, linking it to the community and linking to the local territorial level. I think we also have organizations like the European Association for Education of Adults. In their case, what they do, they mentor the teacher, not only about the teaching per se, not only about what it's happening in the classroom, but also supporting their well-being and their life conditions outside of the classroom. So it's super important, like you said, other conditions that prevent teachers from fulfilling their role and staying in that role. How are we actually at the very local level are investing in that supporting system to the teacher in order to keep them into the system and motivate them to stay in the system? So some of the examples that we saw we highlighted in our position paper, but I'm sure there are plenty of them, and people here in the room, they probably know a lot more of them, and I'm really convinced that if we bring that knowledge together, we can also influence next policies in order to support upscaling.
Thank you very much. Speaking of bringing knowledge together, at the end, I think we'll have a few more moments and we can invest those in listening to you. So I'd like to hear from you later on. Your questions and comments will be highly, highly welcomed. Petra.
Yeah, thank you. There is so much that was said, such a wealth of things that I totally agree with and that I don't want to repeat. What comes out for me central is really this well-being question. No child will want to go into a profession where it knows already before that it will be overburdened, stressed out, and not have great working conditions. So I think the solution is a long-term solution. It's not something that we can bring about by today. It's really a systemic shift, a paradigm shift that we need to make the profession again attractive. Meanwhile, there are some solutions that we can adopt in the meantime. Co-teaching was mentioned by Daniel, by you, Brikenna, and for us, co-teaching has another aspect because there are best practice examples. Also here in Belgium, one of our associate members has a wonderful example where actually parents come into schools as co-teachers, and it's a highly successful model. It has a wealth of effects, positive effects on the well-being of the children, on the well-being of the parents, on the community that is created between the teachers, between the school board, between the parents and the children. And in addition to that, it takes off some burdens of the teachers. These parents, for example, come in to do reading with the children. There are some children that need to be supported, maybe children whose mother tongue is not the local language, so those parents will come in a break or when there's some creative work being done that the child not necessarily has to assist, and they take it aside and they do some reading with them. Or they come in and they do workshops with them. They bring in their own knowledge, their own skills. For example, this very particular school I'm thinking of, every second Wednesday of the month holds workshops in which the parents come in with different activities they propose and co-shape with the teachers. For example, they would go out and teach the children about waste sorting, and then they go out and do cleaning of the environment. That's an effort that's even done with the community, with the local community around. So it teaches you a whole set of ethical values also, and creates community building, engagement, civic engagement. It fosters also the democratic values. So it's really something that is win-win. Other parents come in and bring in some knowledge they have of their own profession. It's a model that can be very easily replicated. All that you need for that is some openness on the side of the school to let parents in and co-shape this. So if somebody's interested in it, I'm very happy to give out the information afterwards. I was asked to bring in, to reply to another question.
By all means.
And that is not really the question you addressed, but I was specifically asked to say what would make the vet sector more attractive to parents. And I think I would really like to reply to that. It is true that in some countries, the vet education systems are very well embedded, and there is no competition between the more academic educational settings and the vet. But there are countries in which the stigma of vet being second choice and for the not so academically well-doing children is really deeply rooted. And we believe that there is a lot of information that parents need to see that it is not true that if their child will go into vocational education and training setting, that it is doing less good, that it will not succeed in life. Amongst others, and this was mentioned in another context, amongst others by Brikenna, the permeability of systems is really important to parents. Parents need to understand that if their child chooses one thing, it can still go back to something else. There needs to be this permeability, allowing people to move between the systems. And that is not only something that has to exist, but it also needs to be conveyed. And it's a piece of information parents need to have to support their children in choosing this type of education.
All right, thank you very much. Now we have a few moments to have some input from the room. So what's the question?
I should not speak anymore.
Oh, my apologies. Thanks for that.
I said it all.
Give Agnes an applause on my behalf.
Can I? Thank you very much. So I really would like to reflect to what I heard from the colleagues here in the panel. One of them is I hear the motivation about reducing the teacher shortage with the focus on qualifications. And I forgot to mention that the European Trade Union Committee for Education, the umbrella organization of teacher unions in all education sector, we are represented, we have member organizations from 51 countries. And in all of these 51 countries, the initial teacher profession is a regulated profession, and we want to keep it as like that. Because as we wouldn't like to invite a plumber without qualification to fix our stuff in our house, or an electrician without a qualification, we also don't want to have unqualified teachers in the education who are not ready to really deal with children. And we really would like to enhance and strengthen and modernize the initial qualifications. I mentioned a lot of problems with it. We really have to bring together the ministries, education employers, teachers, parents, students, and modernize initial education, and obviously the universities who are providing the initial education. Also concerning the trainers, because we didn't really discuss here about the trainers, the very good example is Austria, where all professionals who would like to be practical teachers, practical trainers in a vocational school have to go through a 2-year pedagogical training. Is it too long? Is it too short? Well, it's a question, but it's very effective. And this is why...
and is this like a full-time engagement?
Yes, as far as I know, but the colleagues can also correct me. And this is also my reaction to what our employer colleague is saying about flexible pathways. Indeed, it would be very nice to attract different professionals to be teachers. But the European Commission recently had a study called Alternative Pathways to the Teaching Profession, and it says, like, even though there is like support to them, to these people, to have like certain pedagogical training and to fit to the teaching qualification and to start as teachers, in the first years they leave the profession. High workload and salary issues. And I would like to really refer to OECD's recent study, which says in the European Union, in several countries, still there is 30% difference of salary of the teachers among teachers and those who are tertiary educated professionals. So it's very difficult to make the teaching profession attractive if the salary and the working conditions are not attractive. So we really have to strengthen social dialogue with teacher unions, collective agreements. And the new EU Teachers and Trainers Agenda initiative, we are looking forward to it because we really expect that this could really answer to our recurring problems, and maybe it can initiate reform with teachers to ensure attractive salary for teachers, secure employment, initial training, better initial training, high-level professional development. Because there are lots of concerns and recommendations from ministries, from stakeholders to ministries, but we really have to have very strong recommendations from the European Commission towards the ministries. And the very important thing is not only policy, improving policy, but research-based policy making. And I really would like to praise now here Rena's work on the European VET teacher survey, because we really need independent, comparable, EU-wide survey among 23 countries, which will start in September, to really map out what are the problems. Because we are all saying something, we are all having different data, but we don't have really a pan-European comparative data. And lack of funding for CPD, unequal access to CPD, lack of respondingness to key competencies, key issues like digitalization, sustainability, inclusion are really important to look at it in CPD. And I'm really happy with this process we are doing, because this is a historic study. You established the tripartite advisory group with the participation of education employer, teacher unions, and ministries. And I'm really looking forward to further work together, and I really think that it is a historic work. I really want to thank you, Rena and Antonio and colleagues at Cedefop who contributed. And I know, but most probably this is the last point when I can have the microphone, so I really would like to say one last sentence. I am really, really proud of this event. I'm really proud, and I really congratulate Cedefop for the 50th anniversary, and I'm really happy that I have been member in the management board. as the spokesperson of the trade unions for, I think, 14 years. I have been working with many colleagues here, and I think we are a really very strong family, a vet family here. And I know, unfortunately, that a lot of colleagues are not here because Cedefop is a knowledge hub. And I really would like to say hello via live stream to all colleagues, all experts at Cedefop, admin colleagues, Kristina Kufa, who is our secretary for the management board, and other colleagues who we have been collaborated. Happy birthday to all of you. Thank you.
Now that all speakers have spoken, I'll give Theodore the floor for a minute before I give you the floor to hear from you. Your brief comments, Theodore.
I'll get one of the 2 minutes I left before. Colleagues, the question is that we don't find teachers for the vet schools. Well, do you know how much a chef earns? Do you know how much a plumber earns? An electrician earns? And then, you're right, he also, in order to teach, needs to have specific qualifications. And at the end of the day, the schools are paying this person less than he would get as a plumber in the market. So number one, in order to find more staff, in our opinion, as vet associations who talk with on the field with the vet schools, they need to get paid more. The second thing is that we should really go a little bit more into it and become flexible, because a hospitality teacher needs to leave on April or May in order to go to work on season on one of the Greek islands, since we are discussing about Greece. So we need to adapt our training programs according to the program of these teachers. So in my opinion, in our opinion, I think that we should become a little bit more flexible, think out of the box, and most importantly, start to respect and think how much these people would earn if they would be actually practicing these hours they are teaching their profession outside. So this is what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Very sensible. Thank you very much. Now we really turn to the room. Third try. Raise your hand if you wish to contribute, and that is greatly appreciated. And thank you for keeping it short.
Thank you. I would like to make a contribution. I kept in mind the word that you use, stigma, and following Henrik's presentation and Petra's presentation as well, I would like to say a short story. Interrupt me if I...
If it's a very good story, I will not.
Okay. I would like to say that once upon a time in Greece, in a small vocational lyceum, there was a student who didn't shine in math, physics, or literature, but he sparked in fixing cars, motors, engines. His parents were really worried, saying, is there a future for him without a university degree? Mm-hmm. And he didn't give up. He continued creating, building, evolving. And there was a teacher that he whispered a word that he had never listened before, Euroskills. At that time, the world expanded for him. He entered the national competition. He met other peers with the same interests like him. They were doers, makers. I would say quite achievers. And he trained day and night, not for the medal, but for the pride. I also kept that word in mind earlier. He then participated in the Euroskills in Gdansk 2023 as a representative for the Greek delegation, since he won, actually, in Greece at least, the gold medal. When he entered the stage, he was among champions of 33 countries. He took also the vow in Greek. Can you imagine? In front of the stadium. He told us, after the opening and closing ceremony, that he didn't actually feel that small, that actually his parents made him feel, but really powerful. He didn't win a medal, actually, but he gained something more valuable, I would say. He came back more confident. He had a purpose and a clear path. And this is why I think his parents are not worried anymore, and they are not asking why not a university degree. So now he's employed, respected, he is a trainer, he has a name, his name is Vasilis Giorgos, and he gives the example to others, and this is why Euroskills matters for us.
Thank you very much. I'd like to turn to the lady over there, and thank you for keeping your comment short and concise.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the panel. I have a particular question to Cedefop about the survey, in particular about the countries that you have chosen. If you could tell a little bit about how you choose the countries and why certain countries are not chosen. Thank you.
Very good. More questions from the room?
Ali, can I?
No, actually, no. I'd rather give the floor to those who did. Excuse me, sir. I'd rather give the floor or priority to those who didn't speak yet. If they are not there, I will give you the floor, of course. There's a person there, and there's a person in the back. And thank you for understanding, sir.
Yeah, I would like, first of all, to thank the panel for the very interesting presentations and talking. I will address my question to 𝘀𝗸𝗏. I do agree with him concerning the flexibility of the teachers of VET. I forgot to say my name. My name is Konstantinos. I'm the head of the vocational education in Cyprus. And I'm already 41 years in vocational education, so I know a lot. I totally agree with the flexibility. I would like to ask you, Mr. 𝘀𝗸𝗏, if you could inform us what's happening in Europe concerning the freedom of teachers to work part-time, because in Cyprus, they are not allowed to work. Can you imagine a teacher being taught in university or technical university or whatever with qualifications of 1980, teaching in 2010 or 2005 or 2015 or in the future without getting knowledge of the new technology that goes out in the market? So please give us advice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a question in the back.
Yeah, is it?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Victoria Olzak. I work for the European Institute for Gender Equality. And my question is a kind of a follow-up on the survey. I was wondering if you are planning to look at gender consideration. I was wondering about maybe the difference in remuneration between men and women working as VET teachers. I was wondering if you have any plan on this. So my question is more for you, Irene.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think there in the middle, I saw a hand go up.
Tanja Halttunen from Axel in Finland, and my comment or question is that I think the best role model to attract teachers to VET are the existing teachers, because I've been teaching a long time ago. I haven't been teaching for 20 years, but what I find very rewarding is to see my old students coming back to school, not as students, but as teachers. And they said that one reason they chose the teaching profession was because of a teacher. So maybe we should also focus on finding out what made them choose to become teachers.
Oh, good point. Thank you very much. I'll actually take that one last comment, and I thank you all for your contribution and for understanding if you did not get the floor.
Thank you. I'm Veronica from Italy.
Welcome.
I wanted to ask if you, generally to all the panelists, if you took in consideration also the difference of generations in VET. We teach adults, but also youngsters, and especially in Italy, our teachers are becoming older and older, and the difference between generations now is huge. So it's a problem that we are trying to face, and I wanted to know your opinion. Thank you.
I thank you all for your brief contributions, and I turn first to Reina. There were two questions. How did you pick the countries? are you taking into account gender dimension?
Thank you. Yes, regarding the countries, this survey was designed and it was open to all European member states. So we invited all countries, and with the great support of social partners, the 𝗀𝗏 and 𝗀𝗏, who have been by us by the very, very first moment, to tell you that it took us 5 years to design this survey. And don't think that we are slow at Cedefop. It was just that it's really complicated, and one complexity was to convince countries, to convince ministries to be part. As you may understand, we do address some sensitive questions. We do want to know if teachers are satisfied with the working conditions, if they have this any impact in their well-being. But we found the very beautiful surprise that 23 countries immediately said, yes, we want to be part of this survey. The countries who couldn't join, it was for other internal political reasons that it was not the right moment for them. So we didn't select the countries selected us.
And the gender dimension?
The gender dimension, yes, we do take into consideration the gender dimension. We will be able to analyze the results by gender dimension for most questions, but specifically for salaries, because I think the question was about salaries, we don't collect data on the salaries. This is something that Eurydice and OECD is doing, if I'm not mistaken, but we will be asking if they're happy with their salaries and other working conditions, of course.
Thank you very much. Theodor, your brief response to the gentleman who talked about part-time work and keeping up with technology.
Yes, thank you for flipping the coin, because I said the one part, the other part, and you're right. In many countries in Europe, teachers in vet schools are not allowed to work outside. So they do not get insights from the developments for the industry they are working in. This is one of the things when I say flexibility should be changed. So thank you very much for the remark.
Thanks very much. Anyone else on the panel who would like to respond to any of the questions, briefly though?
Yes, very briefly to two questions. One of them about the part-time and to update the knowledge. We really think that this is indeed a problem because we know in most of the countries they define the working hours by teaching hours and not like we are working as police officers 40 hours or 37 hours including all the work. And this really have to be discussed. So we are now doing a study also on working hours of teachers, which is not only the teaching hours but all. But we really agree with you that CPD of vocational teachers should be allowed in companies, and there should be possibility to the vet teachers to update their knowledge on the professional skills. And the other is how to teach young and old people. I agree with you that those who are teaching in the afternoon, evening schools, older or continuous vocational education, they have to update their pedagogy. I am a secondary school teacher, but I'm also an adult learning teacher, and I know I had to use different pedagogy when I was teaching adults and when I was teaching in secondary education.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Please join me in thanking the panel for an excellent, excellent discussion. Theodor, Petra, Agnes, Daniel, Burkina, and Reina. Thank you so much. Thanks. Thank you, Petra. So, research shows that audiences cannot take more than one panel. Nonetheless, we don't have a break, so I was asked to do a quick energizer with all of you so you're focused and sharp for the next last, but still very important panel. If you wish and can, may I please ask you to stand up? Let's turn the music off, if that's okay, and have a little, just a little light in the room. All right, brilliant. So we'll go about it as follows. All I need you to do right now is focus on yourself. You may look to the ground or close your eyes, however you enjoy focusing on yourself. And I'll give you a moment of silence. Now we take a deep breath through the nose, and we breathe out through the mouth. We do it one more time, trying to make the breathing out longer. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Next time we breathe in, we raise our right arm. We breathe out, putting it down. We do the same for the left arm. Who has a question? Breathe out, putting it down. Excellent. We do the same with the legs. Right leg first. Breathe in, put it up. Stay balanced. Now you, at your next breathing out, you put it down. We do the same with the left. Breathe in, bring your knee up. And you breathe out, putting it down. Good. Some of you are wearing high heels. You weren't expecting this. My apologies. Now, we've been talking about how all these changes need to be made, but that requires collaboration. And collaboration requires a team, and that is what you are. What I'd like you to do is look around and make eye contact with as many people as possible. But make it real eye contact with a smile. Let it last for a second or two. Can we have a little more light in the room? Good. We take it up a notch. We do the same thing, but now it's eye contact plus this. Respectfully, the way they do in martial arts. Only bowing doesn't count. Make the eye contact, that's important. Madam, happy to meet you. Petra, Burkina, Mauricio. Very good. Now, finally, again, you look around you, 360 degrees. You may make a few steps if you want. And we high five. Everyone, as many as you can. All right. This is your last chance. Did you miss anyone? Oh, Mario Nava. Good. All right, give yourself an applause and take a seat. Our next panel, which is the last one. Can I, by the way, have one of those, because it's the last one? Excellent. But after this, we will have a cocktail. The panel is titled The Future of European Policies and Cedefop's Role. The panel will take various perspectives representing members of the board of Cedefop, the management board, I should say, exploring the future of vet policies and the pivotal role that Cedefop can continue to play in supporting policy through analysis and advice. Now, of course, you know, the board of Cedefop has a tripartite structure, so it's the social partners, governments, and the European Commission, and all of them will be represented in our panel. May I please ask them to come forward and take a seat? No particular order. Welcome. How are you?
Good to see you again.
Good to see you. Hello. Welcome. I think we're missing one more, if I'm not mistaken. There you are. Let me introduce you to the speakers. The Director for Education and Vocational Training at the Confederation of German Employers, Barbara Dorn. Deputy Director at the Chamber of Employees in Luxembourg is Carlo Friesing. And Deputy Head of Unit at DG EMPL of the European Commission, Andrea Lerust. Senior Advisor at Business Europe, pun not intended, Robert Plummer. And last but not least is the Deputy Director for VET Policy at the Federal Ministry of Education and Research in Germany, Peter Thiele. I think you're used to the format by now. 2 rounds of questions, then we open the floor for your contributions. In the last panel, we were very interactive. I hope we can keep it up in this very last panel. May I start with you, Robert, Business Europe? Could you explain to us how business has concretely benefited from Cedefop's excellent skills intelligence?
Thank you very much. Well, yeah, firstly, I think following Agnes's excellent speech in the last round, also to underline how very much we appreciate the tripartite nature of Cedefop, because it really gives us a chance to shape and influence the policies that we see as employers that are relevant to our members and to our member companies nationally. And I think here in particular, the work that Cedefop is doing indeed around skills intelligence is really crucial. I think it's become more and more developed as the years have gone on, and it's become more and more vital. And I think especially when we see now how many people in Europe need upskilling and reskilling in particular, the value that we can get from the analysis and the data that is generated by Cedefop, but also by employers, by social partners nationally, can really be useful and is increasingly crucial in designing and shaping VET curricula. And this, I think, is one of the real added values of what Cedefop can bring to employers, but also where the tripartite cooperation is important, because that also transcends to the national level in terms of the cooperation between the governments, the employers, and the trade unions as well.
Excellent. Can you give us a very concrete example, perhaps, of a decision you know of that business took as a result of Cedefop's research and analysis?
Well, I think it's always the challenge, isn't it, to try and draw the thread from the European level down to the national. But I think, as I said, just we know and we've seen from our members that using the data that Cedefop has, or interpreting the data, I think, that Cedefop has, and using that to help strengthen the curriculum nationally. I mean, there's many examples. I think it's difficult to highlight just one, but we know that there is that flow of information that comes, and we hear from our members the value of what Cedefop is doing in this respect. So I think it's really key to have that cooperation and that information flow.
Great. Thank you very much, Robert, for your answer, as well as being mindful of the time. Turning to you, Carlo, we've talked about how business, how governments can benefit from the data and intelligence of Cedefop, but how can workers directly benefit from that intelligence?
Yes, thank you. I will not come back to the high quality and the efficiency of Cedefop's work. We will really benefit from them. I will give you a concrete example. For instance, the validation of non-formal and informal learning. Cedefop was involved also for doing the guidelines for the ministry on that specific projects, and also for other stakeholders. The problem is always how to bring it concretely down to the individual, to the workers. So there the trade unions or the employee representations in the different countries have to do their homework. And we tried, for instance, with this specific project to involve the workers, also the human resource departments of companies, to say, okay, here you have at least the guidelines, let's do the promotion in order that workers will benefit from it. But then also the national legislation must have individual and a non-formal and informal learning system that allows that. This is also important. So here, for instance, was a concrete example how workers could benefit from the work of Cedefop. So we do that then by seminars, or we do it in conferences, and even we approach a different human resource department of companies in order to see how we concretely can involve them to do these procedures in order to obtain more easily a qualification, for instance.
Excellent, thank you very much. Andrea of the European Commission, now next year, as was mentioned by Olaf, Mr. Olsson at the beginning, a vet strategy within the Union of Skills is expected next year. How can Cedefop contribute to that?
Yes, thanks a lot for the question. So, indeed, we are going to present a vet strategy in 2026. It's one of the actions of the Union of Skills. And why is that? Of course, we face huge skills and labor market shortages. And 2/3 of the shortage occupations are vet occupations. So we need healthcare workers, plumbers, electricians, and we have already mentioned earlier today that, for instance, the green transition isn't going to do itself. So this is why we need a vet strategy. And the idea is to make sure that the vet programs are of high quality and also linked to the labor market, and to ensure that vet programs are attractive. Now, Cedefop's work in this, I would say 3 things. I would say it's about taking stock, it's about preparing new actions, and also supporting the implementation. Taking stock, we heard earlier from 𝗶𝗃 and Jürgen already about the report on the vet recommendation and the Osnabrück declaration on the national plans. And then the preparation of new actions. We discussed a lot about attractiveness today. So Cedefop is, for instance, doing a study on attractiveness of vet, which will investigate the factors that influence this attractiveness, and we'll also look not only about this vet in general, but specifically at the shortage occupations. And we'll try to identify solutions, also strategies on how to enhance the attractiveness. But then it's also other topics such as, for instance, citizenship education. Citizenship education in vet is very important. More than half of the learners are vet learners. If we leave out the half of the citizenship education, it would be really detrimental to our work on democracy. It's also about new technologies, so there's some work on AI in vet, on which the vet strategy may propose some actions. And then it's of course also about the implementation later on. A lot of the ongoing work of Cedefop will feed into this. We have already discussed about skills intelligence today, and then of course also the work on excellence and inclusion. We have heard about the teachers and trainers, and work on early leaving from vet and empowering needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll turn to you now, Barbara, the Confederation of German Employers. How can member states and Cedefop better coordinate among themselves to ensure that vet reforms respond quickly to all these many changes that occur in the labor market and economy?
Yes, as you mentioned, I'm speaking for an employers organization, and of course we cooperate with the government also. But I would like to start with the point that Cedefop is indeed a very crucial meeting point for learning experiences, for seeing good practice in other countries, for profiting from all the data treasures which are collected, and all the investigation which is done to learn good practice. And coming to cooperation, which also involves always learning experience. I think that in Germany, for example, I think it's always good to work with examples. We learned a lot about how to deal with modularized qualifications, where we saw early good practice in Great Britain, for example, and in other countries of the English language. And now we are on a good path in Germany, for example, also to work with our curricula for initial training and developing them into a direction that also people in further training can reach complete qualifications by going step by step with modularized qualifications. Another example, There was a lot of talking about the walls between the world of vocational school and the world of business in the last panel. But in some countries, we also see that they cooperate very closely. In Germany, they cooperate in practice because it's a dual system, and young people learn in both areas, in the school and in the enterprise. But in other countries, for example, we have a strong administrative cooperation, social partners being involved in the running of vocational training schools. And this is something which, for example, we in Germany could even strengthen. And another point where we think that we in Germany, but also other countries, can really learn from each other and profit from the works which Cedefop is doing and has done, is on the phenomenon of needs, young people not in employment, education and training. We would really like to say thank you on this occasion to the excellent toolkit which Cedefop developed for practitioners in the administration, in enterprises, in trade unions, to deal with the phenomenon that too many young people drop out of school, and we all need practices and a good mutual understanding how to improve the situation and how to open second chances.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much for that contribution. Turning to you, Peter, of the German Ministry of Education. How can Cedefop help you and other governments implement agile, adaptive vet education, vet systems?
I'll come to your question, but I need 30 seconds to thank and congratulate Cedefop, the director, Mara Brucha, and the whole team for the fantastic work they did. Mm-hmm. You can't see it, but Barbara Dorn is one of the most senior management board members. She was already in Cedefop in Berlin. I came later, so she's quite fit. We really had the worries that once the decision was taken that Cedefop was transferred from Berlin, the heart of Europe, to Cedefop remote area, Cedefop might lose profile. In fact, one has to say that in Berlin, at least from my view, Barbara, it was a kind of scientific institute dealing with some studies, but really not in the core of policy making. And this was a real turnaround. Now, Cedefop is a key player in preparing vet policy, preparing ministers' meetings, even providing data, providing skills intelligence, building the platform for exchange. I just remember the European Alliance for Apprenticeship, where we exchanged work-based training models between member states, and Cedefop was a facilitator and incubator. So they really did a good mission and really developed well. So congratulations to that. As concerns the function of Cedefop in cooperation with the member states, one has on the one hand to confess that the prior partner for us for policy making is the Commission. But as I said, Cedefop turns more to be the key player in supporting and implementing it. And so I remember a lot of activities, whether it's ESCO, whether it's the European Qualification Framework, Europass, whatsoever, where Cedefop and their staff dealt with how to implement a recommendation into practice and how to adapt that to member states. One has to say this does not work one by one. We have 26 member states, tripartite system, meaning 80 possible clients for Cedefop. Cedefop has about 100 staff, so we can't have a bilateral exchange all the time. But this kind of platform facilitation is working really well, and we really learned a lot. I could tell a lot about that, what we adapted. But one thing is important, as you ask for agile vet. We still distinguish in Germany initial training for young people and continuing training. As concerns initial training, we really stick to a coherent and a complex training, and not just for agile reasons, for short and adaptability. That's more for continuing training. And in that context, I can only say that it's good that Cedefop does not follow the approach one size fits all. I think about individual learning accounts, micro-credentials, or things like that, but really looks for the biggest common denominator, and that makes it possible for all member states, also ours with a minority system, with a dual system, to join in EU vet policy and to move the European area of vet further.
Excellent, thanks, and thanks for being so mindful of the time. My second round of questions, and when that is finished, I turn to you, and I look forward to hearing from you all. Andrea, now the work of Cedefop, correct me if I'm wrong, is quite impactful on the policies of the European Commission. with a view on the future and what to take from good practices to the future, what is it that makes Cedefop's work impactful on your work?
Yes, thank you. So, yeah, first let me recall the respective roles in policy making. So the Commission has the right of initiative, and Council and European Parliament are the legislators, and then the Cedefop, as other EU agencies, are the centers of expertise. And when developing policies in our area, the Commission draws really on the expertise of Cedefop as the center of expertise for vet skills and qualifications. And then Cedefop also plays a role in implementing, as I said before already, and also implementation at national level. So this is through the communication dissemination activities, through the peer learning activities, conferences, and so on, the toolkits that was mentioned. Now, two things are crucial for the impact. The first thing is a good alignment with the EU policy agenda. And for this, the cooperation that we have between the Commission and Cedefop is very important, and it is very important that it works so well. You see that the Commission is one of the members of the Cedefop Management Board, together with the governments and the social partners. This is a crucial point. Then there's also something that is rather new, only 2 years, a joint working committee that brings together the DG Employment with the agencies, that's decentralized agencies it manages. Then, of course, there are regular stock-taking group meetings with, between the Cedefop management and the respective policy units, and at working level there are very often contacts on specific files, almost daily contacts. And so this allows this alignment with the policy agenda, this close cooperation. And the second point that is important for the impact is the quality of the work. And this is something I would like to congratulate Cedefop for, because this is really essential, the quality of the work that allows us to draw on reliable data, reliable work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Carlo, I'd like to turn to you. The needs of workers who find themselves in vulnerable positions, people with flexible contracts, people of a particular age, how do you use Cedefop's work to support them?
Maybe I come first to older workers. Because you say workers of an older age, yes. I would just precise that, of course, we support reskilling, upskilling of older workers, but we will not have the same goal as different member states have, because they want them to keep them longer in the labor force. That's not our position. This is, just wanted to clarify that. But we want to secure their professional pathways, and also we want them to avoid long-term unemployment, because long-term unemployment for older workers is quite higher than for middle workers. Even 13.7% by memory is it higher than for middle workers. So when you train or when you upskill or reskill older workers, and there's a lot of factors you have to consider. This is a completely different pedagogy. You have also to update your curricula. You have also to be careful when selecting your teachers. And here the Cedefop expertise can play a very good role, because literature is not so complete on these points. I think this is an area which can be more developed in the next years, maybe also together Cedefop and Eurofound. Eurofound has also a great expertise when it comes to elderly workers in the workplace, and to see how this can be done, the workplace and the training, to combine that.
So it's quite a new area in that sense, where Cedefop can lead the way.
You have some literature, but for us it's not enough, because for the last 6 years we have developed a lot of training for elderly workers, and we have made our own experience, and we have tried to find the pedagogical models and so on, how to update the curricula and so on. Now I'm coming very quickly because time is running to low-skilled people. Here also, I think, in the Cedefop documents, you find a lot of ideas which you have to bring down at national level against. For instance, you have training plans. What about qualification plans? When you read these documents from Cedefop, this gives you ideas. Also, as I said before, the validation of non-formal informal learning. How can employee representatives together with human resource departments in companies can bring low-skilled workers to do this non-formal and informal learning methodology in order to obtain more easily a qualification? Or you have also professional periods. You can find all these things in the documents of Cedefop. You have to read them and then to bring them down concretely
to your own reality.
To your own reality.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Robert, I'd like to...
Happy birthday, Cedefop.
Thanks, Carlo. Once more. Robert, back to you. You've already explained how useful the data and analysis intelligence of Cedefop is to business. How can we make it even more useful for business?
Thanks. So I think it's a bit as Carlo and Andrea were saying, it's really about the relevance and the quality of what Cedefop is producing. And the more relevant it is, the more I think employers will make use of it. And we had a number of examples this morning from the experts of the work that Cedefop is doing across different policy areas. And I think one that is of really huge promise is the real-time data, because this can really be extremely useful in terms of supporting job matching, both of mobile workers within the EU and maybe linking up better to the EURES portal, but also if we think about the targeted matching of skilled third country nationals with job opportunities in Europe, then having this real-time data on vacancies can be extremely valuable. I think likewise, a bit again on the mobility line, but we're talking about the skills portability initiative to come as part of the Union of Skills, with the proposal I think to come next year. Here again, I think we would find immense added value as employers from doing some sort of peer learning type activity of how different national approaches are done when it comes to the recognition of non-professional qualifications, because this again would be a key area of helping to support mobility, but also job and skills matching. So I think the more relevant the work is of Cedefop, and it's become more and more relevant, I agree with Peter, as the years have gone on. And if we can shape the work that Cedefop does in a way that is relevant to employers, employers will use it and it will gain traction and added value more and more.
Thank you very much. Turning to you, Peter, last but not least. No, my apologies. I want to start actually with Barbara. How can Cedefop help in better tailoring VET reforms to particular economic sectors?
Yes, that's an interesting question, because I would start with the point that all sectors are interesting and future-oriented, and I don't know any sectors which would claim themselves to be from yesterday or for yesterday. So,
but what do you think?
If you have an enterprise and if you have a sector, it's always future-oriented.
Okay.
So our policy as an employer umbrella organization is not to recommend special sectors for special treatment. Having said this, what can help us as enterprises and as employers in Germany, but also I think in other countries, is everything which helps us to stimulate STEM qualifications, where is a big gap and a big need to get more young people involved, and also better further training. Another point is the general item of digitalization, with a special aspect of artificial intelligence, but it's digitalization in general, shaping production and service processes and being a content also. Everything which helps to analyze the labor market trends, to monitor the skills demand, and to bring more knowledge and more recommendations how to foster this can help us. And Cedefop does a good job here. and helps us also to learn again from other countries, from networking, from sharing approaches which are successful.
Right. Thanks very much. Peter, last but not least, what should be Cedefop's priority for the foreseeable future?
Yeah, on the one hand, we are all curious about the Union of Skills and read the papers, but for the time being, there are many headlines where we have to see where we go. For example, the European diploma or European vocational certificate, no diploma it's called. Is it a brand? Is it a label? Would it be an own qualification besides national qualifications to be discussed? The questions of skills portability, the same. Is it like 𝗀𝗏𝗃? Is it micro-credentials? What would it mean? So we have a lot of new ideas, but we don't know what is behind. And so I think Cedefop will play a major role there. And since the Director General of the Commission is here today, I have to say that despite of the skills policy, which we fully support, we should not forget qualifications, at least in initial vocational training, really keep for the kids a broad qualification rather than short-term skills orientation. That is a point. I'm coming from a Ministry of Education. Maybe that's one of the reasons to say that. As concerns the priority that we would have in Germany, where we think Cedefop should support us strongly, sounds old-fashioned, but is really still a big challenge. Like you said, regarding the Osnabrück Declaration, not everything is implemented. We have to move on. Even with the Hanning Declaration, they can only support the Osnabrück Declaration but not replace it. And one thing is excellence and innovation in VET. If we want to make VET really a choice for young people, we have to make it as attractive as higher education. Put it on equal footing. We do that on national level, but we need European support. And one practical point where we really came to successes on national level was the development of the European qualification framework. Without that, we wouldn't have had the German one. And there we have now put the VET qualifications on equal footing to higher education. So you can reach up to level 8 as well vocational as academic qualifications. So a concrete example where we have to move on. So at the same time, on the labor market, we really lack skilled workforce. It's everywhere the same problem. And that leads me to the second point. I know it's boring. Inclusive excellence, but the point of inclusion is a burning issue in Germany. We have though we lack workforce nearly everywhere, it's really partly already destroying companies because they don't find the workforce. Shutdowns of restaurants and so on. We have more than or about 3 million young people below 35 who have no qualification at all. And we have a dropout rate of 7%, 50,000 young people leaving school without any perspective. So and I didn't talk about the migrants. It's a huge group. Also in Germany, we talked about Ukraine with a Polish colleague, but it's also a problem for us. So to do more there and to find also good practices. For example, I know from the Netherlands, they have a much better integration rate of Ukrainians like we do. What do they better? What can we learn? This is a facilitator possibility also for Cedefop to come in. And last not least, I would really address one issue that is in my heart. Oh, I lost time. Yeah, last 10 seconds. That is not to forget that we in Europe are only representing 5% of world population. And given the geopolitical changes that we have, the xenophobia, the nationalism, we should probably see this also as a chance for Europe, that those who don't want to go to the US anymore would probably be attracted to come to Europe. But therefore, we have to offer something in the European area of VET and also to work stronger on a global VET policy strategy. And that is what we just started in Germany with ETF, with UN and OECD. And just discussed with Cedefop to join that process as well. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks very much. Our final round of questions from the esteemed members of the audience. And I'll give priority to those who didn't speak yet. So please raise your hand if you have a question. Is there a question there? That's a no. That's a yes. That's a no. They were still negotiating. Okay, so there's a hand of a gentleman there. He already spoke, but since there's no one else, I'll give you the floor.
Very short questions. My first question goes to Mr. Carlo Freising. I would like to ask you, sir, if you can give us some information. What happens with the wages when we do reskilling and upskilling of workers? Do we have problems? You think there will be problems in the future? Or workers will not ask for better wages? That's the first question. The second question...
This is for Carlo?
Yeah, Carlo Freising. The second question goes to Peter Thiel, if I'm correct. Thank you. My question is, do you think micro-credentials are more close to vet workers or more close to academic staff? Thank you very much.
Interesting. Okay. Yes, madam. The microphone, if you raise your hand, will be there very soon.
Thank you. Actually, I have a very provocative question. If you had a time machine and you traveled back 10 years ago, 15 years ago, what you regret you didn't do then, or what would you do differently then? Just think what was there on the table. Because we usually say we are sometimes repeating, we were saying that decade ago, 2 decades ago. But what you really regret you didn't do?
Thank you. More questions or comments? There seems to be none. I will first head to Carlo. There was a question directly addressed to you.
Yes, thank you very much for your question, sir, because with your question, in fact, you highlight the importance of collective bargaining. I'm not dealing with the salaries, but I think this is the trade unions in the collective bargaining, so that's why it's so important to have such a high percentage of collective bargaining, because there you then treat equally the, let's say, the qualifications and the wages. So maybe it's too short for you, but I'm not an expert in bargaining, neither in wages. I'm more in vet, IVET and CVET.
Thank you very much. Peter, on micro-credentials.
Yes, I'm not so convinced about micro-credentials in initial vocational training, but I think in continuing, and you talked about workers, I think in general it's not the point. And we can implement a lot of that. I think in many companies in practice it's working already like that. They have their internal company structures that you could call nuggets, qualification nuggets, micro-credentials that are even to be collected within the company. The question is, do we connect that with bureaucracy and with formal accreditation processes, meaning that the cost-benefit relation would not work anymore, or would that be a more free model? As long as it's a free model, I think there is no big point to make about.
Excellent. I'd like to ask each member of the panel to take 10 seconds at most, to share with us your final thought to conclude this panel. And I'll start with Barbara and go down the line to Carlo. Barbara.
What is the question?
In 10 seconds, your final thoughts for this panel.
Oh, take me last. It's so quick.
I like that. Robert, are you ready?
Well, as Barbara is one of our members, I have to let her skip that one. I think just to underline the importance of cooperation and partnership to make VET a success. So between the employers, the trade unions, the civil society we heard from earlier, but also, of course, the government. So the idea of partnership, I think, is really, really key.
Partnership is the key word. Peter, what is your key word?
Boost and deepen the European VET area and try to find more biggest common denominators without being too prescriptive. This is dialectic, but it works. Slowly, 15 years you asked. But
Andrea.
Yeah, I would say keep up the good cooperation with Cedefop. I think this is really something that is very valuable to us and has helped us in the past and will help us in the future to shape our policies. Thank you.
Effective social dialogue in VET and also in other areas.
Excellent.
Let's join our efforts to stimulate training, initial as well as further training, and let's not get controversial about rights to training.
Excellent. Andrea, Carlo, Robert, Barbara, and Peter, thank you very much for an excellent panel. Thanks a lot. Peter. Thank you. Thank you, Robert, Andrea, and Carlo. Thank you very much. All right, we're nearing very closely the end of our meeting. I now give the floor to the Director General at DG Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion of the European Commission. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Mario Nava.
Good afternoon, everybody, and the room is still full, so that's great. Now, the bad news is that Jürgen and myself were the last obstacle before the cocktail. The better news is that the truly last one is Jürgen, so take it to him and not to me. And the even better news is that I will be short, truly. Normally people tell me when an Italian starts by saying I will be short, it's 40 minutes. No, this time will be truly short. Now we are celebrating Cedefop for the second time, 50 years for the second time, because as many of you remember, we celebrated the first time in Thessaloniki 3 months ago. So I feel a little bit like at a wedding where the bride comes from a place and the groom from the other. You do the first part of the celebration in the bride's place, and then you move to the groom place, which obviously is the commission, and that's where you are doing it today. Now, Cedefop is not only the oldest. Jürgen pretends to be the oldest as a nice querella with another agency on that. But it has certainly one thing that few other agencies have, if not to say none, which is it has moved seat. So it's moved from Berlin to Thessaloniki. I checked what happened in 1975 when Cedefop was created. When Cedefop was created, at the beginning of the year, there was no Microsoft. So imagine your work without Microsoft. But there was no Microsoft. The UK had a referendum whether to stay in or out the EU. The first time they voted right, then the second time, tough luck. But the first time they voted right, and they stayed in the EU. The US president announced the end of a war, not so dissimilar, but this time was right, and this was the Vietnam War, announced by President Ford. To stay on more mundane things, as you know, we have a Champions League final in a few days that few of us will look with interest. It's Paris Saint-Germain, Inter Milan in Bayern München. In '75 was in Paris at the Parc des Princes, the stadium of Paris Saint-Germain, and was between Leeds and Bayern München. So, you know, there are similarities that go through. One thing I really like by Cedefop is that it's an integral part of our family. We have a family of 5 agencies that work with us. We, with Jürgen and his 4 colleagues, organize every 6 months, more or less, a meeting in Brussels, or sometimes they host in their places, and Cedefop is clearly a part of the family. 2 reflections. One is on how the policy you deal with has evolved at the political level, and 2, I wanted to give you a few examples of how we use Cedefop. At the political level, I think we can be very satisfied of the evolution of the subject matter. It started with the Copenhagen Declaration in 2002, which set up the vet policy framework. It continued with the European Alliance for a Friendship. In 2020, we had the European Skill Agenda, where, as Andrea mentioned, the Council recommendation on vet, then the Osnabrück Declaration, and now we are, of course, all looking forward to the Herning Declaration. Herning is a little town in Denmark, and where there will be an informal ministerial on 11 and 12 of September. So in 3 Danish presidency for 2002 till now, I think we have, we have been made able to put the subject matter at the center. That's very good. And how Andrea Lerust reminded us of the different roles. So how do the different roles between us, the Commission, and you, the agencies, worked around? Let me give you 3 examples, probably. The first example is next year, we will adopt a European strategy on vocational education and training. In order to be able to make that strategy, we will need 2 reports, one from Cedefop and the other from a sister agency, which is the ETF, which, as you all know, was created 20 years later, Cedefop. It has a mandate similar to Cedefop, except that it deals with outside countries, because the idea that is embedded in Cedefop was so good that we moved it to outside countries. So those 2 reports will, of course, be quite crucial for us to design the European strategy on vocational education. First example. Second example, we have announced that in 2026, we will do a EU teachers and trainers agenda, so the Commission announced that, And in order to do that, the Cedefop initiative to launch a dedicated EU-wide survey on vet teachers and trainers, of course, will give us all the insight that we need. But third, and probably most important, also the first two are important, but the third is really in the action of Cedefop. As you know, in the Union of Skills, we announced the creation of the European Skills Intelligence Observatory, and it's very obvious that in that observatory, the input that we will get from Cedefop will be quite crucial. And equally crucial will be the input, the expertise that Cedefop will be able to give us and member states for the development of the individual learning accounts, which are one of the great tools. So these are three small examples, quite recent. Actually, a couple of them are for the future, so recent and for the future, of how much the work of Cedefop has well integrated into the work of the Commission. To conclude, the subject matter remained crucial. It was crucial. It remained crucial. The subject matter has survived to 25 years of changing priorities. That is not a little thing. The question is always, how do you remain crucial for 30 years, where you managed to do it through Copenhagen, Osnabrück, and now Erning. Two, you have been able to show to the world, literally speaking, that what you do matters a lot, not only for Europe today, but also for Europe tomorrow, or in any case for the countries that work with Europe, and that's why ETF has been created. Three, you have grown up. You were born with your parents in Berlin, and then at 20 you moved out of your house and chose Thessaloniki. Very wise, obviously. I mean, with due respect to Berlin, but I mean the weather and the food and everything in Thessaloniki is obviously world class. And fourth, in doing all of that, so in doing all these passages, you managed to remain very much linked to the Commission work and to the Commission priorities, which I think is really the source of legitimation and what makes an agency really important. So with that, bon anniversaire, happy birthday, 𝗀𝗏𝗃 Geburtstag, and voila, thank you to all colleagues and Jürgen. Thank you very much.
Mario Nava, thank you very much. My final task will be to, first of all, thank all of you for your presence, and thank you for the collaboration. In particular, Maurizio, Bettina, Christina, and Aurel, and everyone else at Cedefop. Congrats, and maybe see you in 50 years. And then I'll give the floor to conclude all of this to the Executive Director of Cedefop, 𝗀𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗃.
Yes, it's time to conclude, and I would start by thanking Mario for the wonderful words of appreciation and well-wishing for Cedefop upon the occasion of our 50th anniversary. In fact, I would like to extend that thanks to all the speakers who spoke here today, from Mario to Mario, if you will, because we had Mario Patuzzi opening and Mario Nava closing. And in between, alphabetically, the last one before the closing panel was Peter Thiele, listed as the last participant of the last panel. And I want to share, he didn't, but you should all know, this is his third last day in office, and he nonetheless came to support us here in his last week of working for the German ministry. So thank you for taking it. Literally to the bitter end, I mean, depending on the cocktail you choose later. That said, I also want to express how amazed I am that so many of you have joined the party, here on stage, here in this auditorium, and online. It's a true feature that, all of you, really represent all of the diversity of our stakeholders, from its tripartite management board, the Commission, Parliament, other institutions, policymakers to social partners, practitioners, the scientific community and civil society. A special mention I want to send out to our sister agencies, many of them who were here with us today, and you've seen them. I would like to particularly mention, of course, Eurofound. They're a bit younger than us. Mario highlighted it, but they also will have their 50th anniversary this year. And we both are the oldest decentralized agencies that exist, so it's also a bit of the birthday of the whole idea of having decentralized agencies that put Europe on the map of Europe and not everything bundled in Brussels. I would also, of course, like to mention the European Labour Authority, who is here today, and they work with us on certain topics of skills intelligence quite a lot. We have also had the European Institute of Gender Equality here with us today. They're not in DG Employment's realm, but we also share services with them, for instance. A good example of how agencies try to meet the challenges of limited budgets. We do our accounting together and save headcount for the taxpayer. And also we, I think, have a lot, as you heard today, in terms of gender issues, gender stereotypes, etc. Attracting and activating females is a topic that we may also work more with them. But having said this, the most important today, because they co-shaped it with us, is 𝗶𝗵𝗍𝗄 from the European Training Foundation. Thank you again for shaping this event together with us. But I would also like, Maurizio stole the show, I would like to thank, of course, also our moderator, Ali Al-Jaberi, and also the team here from the EGG, and the contractors that created an atmosphere that was truly worthy of a birthday celebration. But most importantly, and this is really a different notch, I want to express my internal gratitude to the Cedefop team, present here at Brussels today, but also those supporting us from our home base in Thessaloniki. Content-wise, organization-wise, communication-wise, and otherwise wise, as Billy Wilder would have put it, and demonstrating the remarkable, really remarkable spirit, quality, and determination of the entire Cedefop staff. Thanks a million. And it is exactly that quality of the Cedefop team that is testament to two things. Remarkable achievements in the past, think who built the EQF, who invented skills intelligence, and also a unique position to contribute to the future. Think who else could inform the skills portability initiative, who else could put the intelligence into the observatory. Cedefop will be an ideal partner in defining and implementing the Union of Skills. And there's a lot of work to be done out there for all of us, as you know, and as we heard in this conference today. We see a complex mix of twin transition challenges and challenges linked to population aging. On top of that comes accelerated and partly uncertain technological and societal change, not even to mention geopolitics. We face competitiveness and productivity challenges and labor market and skills shortages. But at the same time, we see a lot of unmet learning potential and skills underutilization. The skills revolution will therefore also be a skills intelligence revolution. And Cedefop can help develop the infrastructure the EU needs to accelerate and develop a reliable, fit-for-purpose and stakeholder-led skills intelligence. No need to reinvent the wheel. At Cedefop, we also know what learning will look like in the future. It will be modern VET that is universally accessible, supports learner needs, offers progression opportunities, and fully leverages the potential of technologies. It is also attractive, inclusive, and of high quality, and reaches out to people that face barriers to learning. Cedefop has supported VET and skills in the Union for 50 years, and we will continue to do so going forward. We will keep being guided by the idea that skills are not just skills. They also are innovation, fairness, competitiveness, inclusion, sustainability, democracy, and so much more. To be successful in the next 50 years, Cedefop will need you, its partners. As Mario Patuzzi said in his opening remarks, we succeed when we listen to each other, when we bridge different perspectives, and when we build added value and consensus, end of quote. So in this spirit, to close, let me extend 3 invitations. Actually, I'll add a 4th one, and I'll start with it because we didn't share. Ah, no, there it is. No, that is the paper. But there was also a QR code on the happy sheets. We want you to rate the event today and share with us if you liked it. I don't know if... Ah, yeah, exactly. So this one, take a quick picture because we really would like to learn from what you think of this event. So that's the kind of 4th invitation that I expressed first. But I want to close nonetheless with 3 invitations. The first one is that I invite you to team up with us to shape and advance 𝗏S together, vet and skills policy development for the future. The second invitation I would like to extend is, in case you would like to know more, I invite you to read our conference paper, Shaping Learning and Skills for Europe, which also should be here with a QR code in just a second, maybe. It's a superb summary of Cedefop's evidence in the current policy context. And finally, the really final invitation is, I invite you to the cocktail reception, which is just outside this auditorium, or as Bruce Springsteen would put it, down by the river. And with that, I can only say thank you very much, everyone. Happy birthday. Fill out the happy sheets and safe travels home. Thank you so much.